Hello. I don't know how many parts there is left of book three, but it has been the longest thus far, mainly because of how many alternatives and problems I've encountered. But we're definitely reaching the midpoint, that's for sure, and we're starting off with a smaller chapter. And yeah, in this chapter below, yeah, is Dion fighting his clone, and I like the design of the clone. It definitely stands out. Um, yeah, I like it. But yeah, let's just get going.
Tilda Chapter 40, a clone of his own. Diane, on the other hand, has managed to bring down all of Xyantha's goons.
It sounds like it's continuing from the the previous chapter, which I don't really like. It should be meanwhile all this time Dion's been doing this, but yeah, regardless. So um, so yeah, I think it would have been nice to expand more on why Megador made himself hidden, but at least it's the status quo right now. So yeah, it's like Signfall, Megador, and whoever the Legion's trying to deal with. So yeah, what a status quo. It doesn't really feel like that because we're immediately going into like a robot fight between Dion and a Mongoon that's only in this one chapter, despite some setup. So yeah, I just felt like there should be a bit more to it. Like imagine if the Legion. Well, actually, no. There was like one stage where Dion's like, "Oh, I'm probably gonna go for Zone 4," and the Legion like, quite hesitant about it. So I feel like yeah, I think that's like a good amount of tension built, but regardless, there should be a time where the DJ could be like, "Oh my gosh, if this goes well, all of this is nearly over," and they probably expected Emiku and Vastos to be like, "Oh yeah, let's get going." But anyway,
Except for Mechajor, who has made himself more hidden as he plans what to do next as he has been told about the Legion's danger within the galaxy.
and not to mention all of Zine Force goons. Um, I think it should say except for the more considered ones, I suppose, because Slivrock and his army still about, and the five main goons, Ekron, Asteroid, and B, Ravikon, and Moloch. I can't believe I'm knowing these names very well. Yeah, even they're still around too. So yeah, that's all that's left. But the book should clarify that.
Yes, there is Slitherarch, but all of his creations have diminished. There was help from many residents all around the universe too, as many residents continue to get inspired by the Legion.
So a bit of an off sentence there, but I think the story's just trying to establish that Slivrock is meeting his downfall, to which yeah, because even the readers could be like, oh, I think once Slivrock got ahead of time, maybe it's just them fighting the storm itself, which is already an alternative way of the story going about. And yeah, I think the leaders coordinated would have been fine, and then it would just be a case of Mechador and Timefall being hard, and with everyone sticking together. So I think these would have been like the predictions at this point, but obviously it doesn't go that way. But yeah, if it did have gone that way, then yeah, I don't think either the cube storm nor the universal flooding would have happened. So I think Xylophone would have been like yes, like the five goons would have still been around. Maybe that could have come about for whatever reason, but um, I think things would have been a lot easier. So I think that's like the what if scenario or the alternative timeline. But also here, there's another interesting line. So whilst it isn't specified what residents, maybe it could be some from the Hash 2 going all back to their planets or somewhat, but even them helping out as well. And I guess it could be a bit contradictory where all of them are refusing Nicole's answers, but no, I think there are just probably some residents, taking it upon themselves, just doing, like the far more low in stakes kind of task. I think if that was kind of explained, then I think that would have avoided the contradiction. But at least it's nice for some residents to at least try and help. And they've been in fear for hundreds of years, so yeah, it's just really nice. Anyway, let's get going.
However, Diane gets ambushed by a clone of him, hit by the
Yeah, I can see how it could be quite sudden because if the clone is fast too, then yeah, but although would have had warning ahead of time about it, even if it was super speed. I'm not sure.
clone at top speed as well as dodging the clone's projectiles beforehand. Now that Diane
Beforehand, okay, see, there was some kind of aspect beforehand. Maybe the clone should have, you know, um, I don't know, like gone into a cloak and then tried to assassinate Dion perhaps. Maybe that could have been like the smarter choice. And Dion could have still sensed ahead of time to still have dodged or take a hit and then survive.
And Slytherok's version of Dian has landed on one of
Um, yeah, that also not only is this about to be a chunky sentence, but I do remember when yeah, in a bit the clone nearly hacks into Dion, which is both set up for this story alongside the following one, which I quite like, even if it's a bit small.
the asteroids. They both start fighting, mixing between
Oh yeah, so as you notice, yeah, each fight seems to be taking place on different terrain almost, which that too I really like, helps differentiate the fight. It just brings the question of, oh gosh, I'll have to, I could, create a video ranking these fights, but not only, um, is this like a formal version of the story I'm kind of walking away from, just leaving them behind as like part of my own legacy, but um, it's, um, but yeah, it would just mean like what else would I rank? Would I do like a character ranking, for instance? I would prefer to do those kind of things in the reboot, because some will carry over anyway. Although if you're like wondering, I guess like the smaller fights are like the lesser favourites, and I guess I do really like the climaxing ones, but there's ones like Orpheon having a advantage of the base earlier, and the canyon fight is also kind of cool. I like the flashback with the elemental war, and um, yeah, and like a lot of the finale fights I seem to like. Although from the top of my head, I really like Zyphors, Mechajaws, then Orpheons, Ozonas, and then Torrids, or maybe Torrids I probably enjoy more than Ozonas, because we're waiting. Well, yeah, that's like a rough ranking. Yeah, because I remember like releasing a survey and it's just about the storybooks because I was just like overly ambitious because I remember seeing storybook videos before and I thought if I created like like a video version it could be like quite engaging, but it turns out the story had way more improvements and it was too slow. The imagery was kind of rushed and not too good enough to be engaging, and yeah, so even if storybooks, really helped out and are a result of a lot of thinking and work, 2 years worth, mind you, but yeah, it's just, yeah, that survey I made, yeah, it's definitely going to be really outdated. I guess I could still keep it. It has some relevant questions. Yeah, it kind of does, but, well, except for the book names, unless I carry them over, because even if I'm creating a load of shorts, I'm planning to not only categorize them into each era, but even create versions where could even potentially create a full film, like a load of full films which I could go about with. So, um, but yeah, yeah, the survey was a lot of fun too. Yeah, because I went to town to go myself and was like, oh, this works quite exciting, but yeah, no one else was really interested, which yeah, so it was a real shame, and yeah, I did try and promote them as well as possible. Um, Anyway, yeah, so fighting on asteroids, how fun, how is this fight going to explore its setting?
charging at each other with hard hits or firing projectiles at each other while also trying to dodge those projectiles.
That's one example of using the environment, but yeah, regardless, this is what the fight is like, and it does change later on.
The clone is a nasty piece of work, able to summon an arm blade and a powerful laser cannon, as big as a saw pipe. With missiles that keep multiplying and machine guns coming from more places compared to Dian. Dian mainly has his around.
Oh gosh, like yeah, that does sound extremely complicated, and yeah, because you would think that, well, I think something that I've encountered recently is that when people create robotic characters, he has to have a load of abstract robotic abilities. But what I've learned is that if you do create a select view, like Dion and even this clone, it's given them a select view and just seeing how they experiment it with it and how they try and counter each other, for instance. So that seems to what helps me, and the same can be said with the niche bots and even Orpheon. They only have a select amount of tools to work with, and even despite upgrades, it still has a lid on. But yeah, missiles that keep multiplying. Oh my gosh, so does that mean once it shoots one missile, it will then become two, then three, and then four as it starts flying? That sounds extremely scary and over a bit over the top, really. That will have to be less auto aiming to make them less OP. But Yeah, how did Dion manage to? Well, like Liverpool has managed to create a very good piece of machine. Although maybe what could have happened is that maybe Dion could have tried to wear a suit and then fight Dion that way. That could have helped him get more involved. Because even if Sliverock is almost like the type of being to get his own creations to do his work almost. I'm not the biggest fan of that kind of villain archetype, because especially when Sivrock is capable of being more active, and even if there's universal reasons, because yes, Sivrock's making his way to the Legion, but it's like there is Dion, I've got this solution, so it is still smart thinking. But like I said, imagine if Sivrock and Dion try to fight one another. I guess at least they do try and chat afterwards. Still, sorry, I said afterwards twice. Sorry. Because yeah, I do like whenever suitable, I do like because even if villain or hero interactions are often small, if you can explore a lot between what they think of one another or the status quo, I think they always pay off really nicely. Just really, like I said, you can explore both sides. Anyway,
Around his arms and back, but the clone has shoulder and leg machine guns too, making it more of a challenge for Diane.
um, oh yeah, machine guns come from more places. Okay, so oh my god, this clone is so OP. I think. I was gonna make a screenshot actually to remind me later because yeah, I kind of want to carry this clone over. Yeah, because I'm not normally like a big fan of cloned versions of our characters, but with the difference in abilities, and I would have to apply with differences. But yeah, I think that's rather good, yeah. Because I know there has been this trope recently where sometimes heroes and rivals are often sharing abilities, but if you I don't know like yeah, I think different abilities and approaches and fighter styles and backgrounds and yeah, despite the similarities, yeah, I think that's what will still help. But yeah, I think I still probably prefer, as Batman has all sorts of villains that don't really always like really match with him. All of them are so different. I think that's like the best approach to go for, and yeah, even Spider-Man kind of fits in that category too because yeah, what other heroes have characters that don't share abilities? Um, I guess Iron Man has a couple. Um, uh, thought Thor's actually a good example. Yeah, like a lot of his foes have varied, and yeah, Black Panthers too. Yeah, as far as I know. Uh, so yeah, I think that's all I can think of. That's a good few examples, that's for sure. We're talking about the A-listers. Um, A-listers? Yeah, well, yeah, the top tier, most well-known ones. Yeah, yeah, because yeah, no wonder they're on top. There's the most you could deal with, especially with the type of villains.
Tilda Chapter 40, a
No,
clone of his to bring down all about the Legion's. Yes, there is Slither. Diane gets ambushed. Diane gets by the clone files before the Ark's version been charging at each other with hard hits or firing projectiles at each other while also trying to dodge those projectiles. The clone is a nasty piece of work, able to summon an arm blade and a powerful laser cannon, as big as a saw pipe. With missiles that keep multiplying and machine guns coming from more places compared to Diane.
and also that cannon that the clone has, because I remember at one point when Dion did have like a super weapon that it can charge with, but maybe, unless I forgot to totally write it in, maybe I did take it off because it was like a super OP power. Because sometimes characters can have the most like OP ability, but it doesn't always work. Like depending on what the scene is like, and you almost have to be like really selective. But with as Dion's ability, it doesn't have like any supercharging ones, so they're all very like quick and multiple almost. So to give him a weapon to then suddenly charge with over time, it didn't really fit with the rest of his fighting style.
Diane mainly has his around his arms and back, but the clone has shoulder and leg machine guns too, making it more of a challenge for Diane. Diane's main focus is to focus on taking down the weaponry.
So focus is extended repeated, but yeah, it is like a sensible thing to go for. I guess it is obvious, but sometimes I think if some foes are in a panic, they'll be I don't know like trying to aim for the head, but immediately, which I suppose is sensible. But I think Dion right here is like really, it's decreasing your opponent's chance to fight, whilst then be able to find weak spots over time, because it just looks like this dude is covered in weapons.
Knowing that going for the head is any
Oh yeah, in the previous stream where it was talking about flying foreign dudes, I think I was just temporarily influenced by my college, because I used to have a couple of individuals who used to be like, "Hey, my dudes," which I still laugh about it looking back,
Netrobot's downfall. That
knowing that. Oh yes, yeah, both going for the head, yeah. Because I think I made it consistent by once the head is off, that primarily controls the whole thing. Then yeah, like it wasn't really stated in book one, because you could have said, oh, why not go for Orpheans? But Orphean was already like really tricky, and they still went for a plan that was perhaps even more effective. Like a unescapable result. Um, but yeah, at least it's good to clarify that.
is where most of the functions take place. Diane has been shot by the machine guns a couple of times, resulting in a few bullet holes through him alongside
Or laser holes, wink wink.
the edge of one of his arms being grazed by the thick cannon laser. Diane used
Oh gosh, I could just like imagine the damage almost. Oh yeah, not to mention, I'm not sure I said this, but you can see that Dion does have a different redesign compared to the storybook. Not to mention, if you look throughout the Instagram, he's normally been like white and grey with like bits of blue, and I don't know, did I change his look to fit with the colour scheme, or to go for like a simpler design? I'm not sure, but even in the storybook, Dion looks far too simplistic. And whilst his 8-bit illustrations are simplistic, but it's almost like simplistic in design, and once again, you can just it's like working with limited resources. That's like the fun of it, and I almost prefer Dion in this because he does look a bit basic now, but when he summons his jetpack and machine guns and God knows what else he can do, he does look more robotic then. And not to mention his eyes glow, and with even the niche bots, the colours are carried over, but the design is different, because in the storybooks it looks like they're wearing hockey mask almost, or at least have like holes around the mouth area, so it was slightly intimidating, even slightly reminiscent of Orphean's look too. But no, like the niche bots are seen as more robotic, especially with much thinner bodies. They look more artificial, and Dion has the thick build of a human almost, but it's just thanks to having like similar colours to the niche bots, which also helped with how they look in these 8-bit in this 8-bit interpretation, which is carried over to the storybook. And granted, Orphean is just like a massive niche bot. He's got the helmet on, and some of the colours they get the same as well. So yeah, I think that's where 8-bit has really helped with the niche book look, when the storybook kind of let it all down a bit. And granted, there's also times where in the storybook, Dion did similar weapons, and the way he broke, mechanically, there was some kind of neat visuals then, but he was drawn far too simplistically. Because I remember thinking I could easily go back to only the storybook pages and like add more detail and redraw some of it, but once again, it's just talk about a past story that doesn't really need to be revisited. I think it would be nice to look back at them as like steps of what the story used to look like, but yeah, there's just no point going back. I'm all about going forward. I've lived a quarter of my life, and I want to make it purposeful right here, right now.
uses his speed to dodge the fire, go behind the clone and rip his jetpack off, considering that is the only speed source of the clone compared to Diane, who has multiple engines across his body, enabling more
So yeah, you do have opposites and comparisons, which is rather good, because at first you think, oh the clone is going to absolutely bash Dion, but with Dion being far more experienced, that's already one thing. But he seems to think more smartly, compared to the clone. I think the clone doesn't have any personality at all. It's just a machine, but yeah, looks like Dion has that emotions that's making him think better, and yeah, to only have one source of speed as well. So it's almost like a trade-off, but one that actually kind of works. That's at least something Dion has more going for. He's potentially the quicker of the two and has more advantage with the multiple engines, going around his body, boosting, efficient turning, dodging. Yeah, so he's not just because Dion's lost a lot of his weapons, so he does have to think. It's like working with the tank. You had to think of other creative ways to take down something instead of actively bashing it.
Flexible.
And I guess it makes me into question of why he wasn't too much like that with fighting Orpheum and Simon. No, over Orpheum would count. Because there's instances when he fights Orpheum as owner of Torrid and Simeflaw. There are times where he does fight smartly, but although on the other hand, if he's going to unload his power, it's like a way to see if that works or not. Then why not? Because you don't want to create a problem where you go for the smart route only to unload the power, because that could potentially lead to plot holes. But at the same time, my novels could lean into, oh no, he's now going all guns blazing, why not think smarter? So it just depends on what any of these fights are like.
Speed boosting, efficient.
But I think this is a good case of, Dion definitely needs to think smartly here because, running out of options. I think he thinks smarter when he has less weaponry. I think that's like the vibe with him.
Turning and dodging. This ends up being too much for the clone. Despite the clone even taking the chance to try and hack at Diane via another hand function, nearly drilling deep into Diane's head, nearly making Diane hostile.
When did he manage to grab Dion in order to do that? Because for a second I thought it was either a very long drill or even like a digital hacking. Which I guess either could work, but if I was thinking of initially having Dion grabbed first, then that should have been an action to definitely explain beforehand.
Just like the clone.
And also this is the element which has the foreshadowing in this book and then the following one, which like I said, I kind of like. It just shows a weakness Dion has, and and even book 2 kind of foreshadowed this as well, just how Dion works himself if he ever gets really into danger in this manner.
The duel ends on a frightening note. The fight was not easy.
Alas, I like I like that word. Bit informal, but it's good. Wait, hang on. How did Dion defeat the clone? Oh, okay. So we're about to see how it ends. Okay. I think the Alas is placed on the wrong. Probably written too early, but nearly making Dion hostile as well. So even if it's more specific, once again, it's set up and payoff.
On a frightening note.
And you could just imagine, a hostile Dion, what would he be like? But yeah, we do get a vaguely good idea in book 4, and there could be plenty of what if scenarios. If he turned here, if he got turned by Torrid later on, or when he got turned on again at the start of book 4, we're talking about a whole heap of different events. Let's explore it actually. Legion at Mason disadvantage, especially with the villains being around, potentially losing their lives. Earth would have to find a way to try and fight him, and Dion could have potentially overthrew the lot. But if he was, if he was hacked here, then he would potentially be working for Sivrock / Timefall, so they have like the upper hand. And but if later on it'll be working for Torrid almost, but Torrid, it wasn't alive from it around, so I think Dion would literally be fighting everyone, even Timefall too. But if he's like less emotional, would he be more hostile? Would it be less of the thinking? Yeah, oh gosh, imagine that. He'll be zooming all over. It could be attacking multiple planets for all we know, bringing even more of a low point. Yeah, that's massive implications. Here's the other thing as well. So whilst there is the need to destroy Dion, especially from Zansfor's perspective, but why wasn't packing an option? Like, I know Dion's made out of a part nitro, and I know Zansfor's not like the most technology fan, but why not explore that possibility? Imagine if Zainfor and Sivrock had a conversation of Sivrock being like, what if we hack him and turn him? He could be on our side. I feel like they should have that kind of conversation, and maybe Zainfor could be open to be like, well, you could try, but I think it's better to be out of the way, and I don't really fancy a robotic psychic, because I could easily be omnipresent myself, which is, by the way, an intention of of having all the elements once the machine fully applies the lot. Yeah, Zythorg could be everywhere, manipulating everything solid in space, etc. So yeah, let's get going, shall we? What's this writing a note?
The fight was not easy. Even Diane nearly got shut down, as well as getting hostile as the clone attempted to get into Diane's head via his mechanical mechanics. But
I thought it was a drill explained earlier. It's almost as if the same scenario has been explained again. I feel like it was a bit of an ad break, and then we come back to it. Mechanical mechanics. No, it was a drill.
in the end, Diane wins the fight. Using the clone, Diane manages to contact Slitherark.
No. How did unless Dion used the drill against the clone, what did Dion do? Did he shoot it? Did he rip his head off? If the head was mentioned or use one of his weapons against him, did Dion fire another missile? No, that's a. Oh no, that's really disappointing because I was quite invested in this. Oh no. I forgot to write how a villain actually got defeated, or a goon for a matter of fact. Well, I tell you what, another what if scenario. Once again, I know Diane's not like the biggest hacker, but Zamin kind of is. What if the clone was an extension? That could have been kind of neat. Yeah, massive help for the Legion. Easier victories. I don't think Torrid will be able to handle both, so neither of them would have got hacked. And even Slivrock wouldn't be like, oh no, my creation, he gets killed from it. But yeah, 2 Dons on the go. But yeah, wow, yeah, massive advantage. I think Zime 4. Could Zime 4 lose just to Nitrobots? I can see that happening. Look at the clone, missiles that can duplicate into more missiles. Like the Harry Potter with the dishes completely. Well, they just don't stop duplicating. Like, just imagine that, but with just a single type of missile, and it just keeps on going until impact. Like that just sounds crazy. It'll be like the size of a massive swarm going across space if shooting it from long range. Or just imagine being like, oh no, I can't shoot just yet because it's shooting one missile. But if I just like 1 foot back, I can shoot more missiles. I just wonder if that's how it works. Unless the multiplier is like extremely quick, despite I don't know being 1 foot length in front of someone. Like even if you like do a lunge and you're like, yeah, I can shoot. My missile can duplicate a couple of times before I hit you. sorry, I'm getting a bit cringe on time. Sorry. Um, yeah. Anyway, what if scenario has been explored, but anyway, so I don't know how specifically Dion managed to use the clone to contact Sliverock. I think the best guess I've got is that if Sivrock's almost remote controlling him and implying like taxing codes or even like commands even Dion could be like couldn't communicate with him that way, but as implied by the storybook, which is kind of carried over here, it's actually made into a phone call, which is a bit confusing because would Sivrock be actively chatting with this clone? Was this clone sentimental in any way? Well, the greatest donos partially were, well, kind of implied. No, by me, not the book, sorry. But anyway, regardless of logistics, what kind of smashing conversation does Dion and Slivrock have?
Who is making his way to the Sochus alongside most of the upgraded Stonos. Diane tries
Yeah, that's with Slivrock's en route.
to contact Slitherark via the Diane ripoff, and they both talk about how
The Diane ripoff. It's informal once again, and I feel like the informal language kind of helps. As well, if that kind of language was used more, I feel like that would have made the books a bit more entertaining. But at the same time, Seinfeld's dudes, it severely undermines it because these books, despite doing well with cause and effect, it's not always like an emotional story. It's just helping everyone keep on track. Just kind of reminds me of I say what was it that YouTuber I like? I forgot which commentary I talked about him. He's called Alexander something, but he did that massive Harry Potter critique all in one video, and in his opinion, he thought that the first two Harry Potter films, they were more so just focusing on how A to B works without too much emphasis on making everything super emotional, because it's just simply using cause and effect to do that. But then he talks about how Prisoner of Azkaban is, like really, goes for the emotions and the visuals and how the filmmaking like really assist, the theming despite some cause and effect, still plays a massive part. And I say, when the middle hesitant in between the sentences, just because that's the film with the time turner, and I feel like that. I think the time turner works well in that film. It's just the missing uh, answers for what's happened in the following films. Why it was never accounted for again. But if you ask me, I still think like I can see where he's coming from. And Busy Azkaban is definitely um, has a far more imaginative approach with its filmmaking. But there's a lot of moments that in the first two Harry Potter films where like even if they seem simple on the surface, the emotions still. Yeah, they still hit really hard, and I think John Williams' score helps, but not to mention he did the third one as well. So third one's like, yep, I'm still good, um, and yeah, so yeah, it does hit hard, but yeah, even if yeah, because there is still some creative filmmaking in the first two, absolutely, but we all know that the third one is like the top-notch filmed one compared to the others. But even then, even the other Harry Potter films do really well with a couple of really good shots and filmmaking. Definitely some creative choices along the way. Anyway, we're talking about my story. So yeah, the Dion ripoff. Yeah, I feel like it's just like a suitable term because the clone is dead, and I reckon because Dion is not a quipper, but I can imagine. Oh, what a ripoff! Anyway, let's just see how they chat. But yeah, I think there is a debate whether this informal nature suits the story or not.
Both are just as bad as each other, causing problems wherever they go. Dion states
Um, okay, so what's going to be their counters? Obviously, Dion's going to be in the right, but I'm quite curious.
that Slytherin is in the obvious
I say, by the way, like, not that it's very unlikely to happen, but I was thinking a couple of times, what if I was just some YouTuber, going on a load of live streams and I was just trying to understand the story as I go along? I could have pretended to be someone else and go like, plot holes. But no, you're talking to the writer, because it's weird because I don't like making mistakes, and yeah, I think it's just with mistakes it's unexpected. But I do welcome criticism. Like I would be very interested in it because if someone said, "Oh, your story sucks," I'll be like, "Okay, could you maybe expand why?" I actually would be kind of curious because it would help with like future work. And if they give like enough detail, I could be like, "Well, yeah, fair enough. I can just look back and work on it." In that way. Yeah, sorry, I'm talking about multiple things in this one chapter. But yeah, like do if you do have like detailed reasons why you think something is good or not, then yeah, do tell because it could really help with the animated shorts. Because what I make could really be like solid standout material. Something to just look forward to, just definitely every now and again, because my first animation, if putting it together could potentially take just one full day, like potentially. Yeah, because it took, let's see, about two nearly 4 hour car journeys plus a couple of afternoons, something like that, which is extremely good. Um, but yeah, like I said, I welcome any criticism. Um, anyway, so they're chatting to one another what they're going to say.
wrong to try and harm multiple planets. But Slytherin
Is the obvious wrong? Is in the obvious wrong? Oh, okay, yeah, that's okay. So it says obvious wrong. Yes, it's the rock. Yeah, has been going from planet to planet. Yeah, the example being, visiting Snope earlier.
counters this by stating that the Legion's influence could be flawed. The Legion could let the
Oh, do tell. I'm curious.
public down and cause something negative afterwards. Or they can even
Oh, that's well, granted, even if the point should have been expanded upon, yeah, I feel like it's good setup because because what does happen is that Leader become famous, like extremely influential, and then that's where after the Legion massively let them everyone down, and did destruction everywhere. Yeah, like how on earth are you going to continue to be inspired? Like, granted, it could have been like a cool idea where, imagine in book four, where there's like the single dude being like, I'm willing to keep an open mind that what happened was not your fault. It was whoever the villain was up here, and it could be an individual, trying to be optimistic and because whilst the Tyrants could kind of represent that and well, no, Mike's already on board, but it's just like imagine just a total different individual by being like, I'm willing to help you out because because I was inspired by it, and I think it could be inspiring again. Yeah, I think something like that could be like a really cool concept, which can still be explored in my reboot. Nearly lost a word. I was just waving my hands then. Um, so yeah. Also, yeah, I've been talking about how many times I've talked about how things should have been expanded upon, but like, does that mean like could that mean like family friendly stories also have to just be simplified and maybe obvious at times? Because I really don't like when people say, oh, it's for kids, you could get away with making it simplistic. But here's the thing, like the best stories for children are ones that actually go in depth and explore concepts thoroughly enough, yeah, and just be subtle about things and actually teach kids something mature ahead of time. Like, granted, there are like some simpler stories, like I really like the storybooks that I forgot the authors, but they did Gruffalo, Eight Whale and the Snail, and the Stick Man. Like, they're rather straightforward stories, and you can learn still something from it. And but I think those stories are also simple already because there's no like massive lore or something high stakes happening. I think that's why simpler stories like that work, and probably the only time that could work. It just depends, but no, I feel like yeah, like if going for it definitely would be later primary school kind of kids. I think they would be the kind who I would allow to read these kind of books because it's a bit action heavy. So you do have to be careful of although in my books I do try and clarify that they only fight to defend, and they only um yeah, yeah, it's just like any other kid's story, just having action enough to satisfy, but not completely get to them, because any fight scene you kind of see as an interpretation of overcoming any obstacle. Check. So yeah, I think that's the best way to explain that side of things.
make others try and be like the Legion, which is what harmed Slytherak and his race, reducing crimes and
Um, it was other earlier. It was like other residents taking down Zyphel's forces, and even if Slytherak's an extension of that, I thought it was just the Legion specifically that got in the way of him. Like, granted, it could have been kind of cool, if another Legion was made, just simply by residents, very inspired by the Legion, and they could have like their own agenda. Um, and yeah, I think Slytherak's trying to justify himself by being like, how come get away with all of this? And because yeah, Slytherak is still in the wrong by engaging in criminal activity. Well, what assuming that laws across other planets are similar to Earth. Um, yeah, I think yeah, just once again, it's just Slytherak being wrong, trying to justify himself in Dion already knowing that he's in the right. But I think Slytherak is seeing some quite interesting points by saying like, this new influence could easily sink once you let them down. And yeah, I really like counters like that. and I was gonna say something. What was it? Slivrock the Legion, Makeover is like the Legion. Uh, no, it's gone. I'm gonna have to leave it. We're already going a bit too long, aren't we? Also, end this race. Disrupting. Affected Slivrock's. Yeah.
Disrupting Xanthor's plans, which negatively affected Slitherock's lifestyle. So he wasn't bad from the off, he thinks the Legion did this to him. Diane doesn't bother with this.
He. So he will. I think that should still be clarified. That was coming from Slirock's perspective because he feels like he was doing nothing wrong. I guess you could have had like an interesting story where Slirock was actually, like doing something well significant, but maybe the Legion thought it was too like risky towards other lives perhaps, or maybe what Sliverock was trying to do was good, and then he thought, maybe I do have to cross the line in order to achieve my goals. And then once the Legion come in, that's where he's like, really, I was just crossing the line slightly, and he still did this to me. If it was going for that kind of angle, then that would have still made Sliverock a bit more sympathetic, but still not as justified, because you needed a slap on the wrist. So he blames Legion for making him bad, which cool concept, but need to expand in.
Nonsense. And so Diane and Slitherock.
Also, just creates a question like, it is to debating who's on the right. So even if, although I think debates also have singular points that do need expanding upon, but do these lists of mine like work as plenty of debates? Does that still count as enough exploring, especially for a family-friendly audience?
End the conversation. Diane knows the Legion is about to.
So they were like, this is not going anywhere. Shall we just both hang up at the same time? And they're like, yeah, sure. Because normally one of them has to hang up. Yeah. Because imagine if I don't know, if I was like a bad writer, it could have been like ended in actually no, I can imagine Rock, engaging some humour by being like, I just had enough, shall I just end the call? And Dion, I think, would just like straight away, like end the call knowing that nothing was going to happen. And whilst I thought it was like a chance for Dion to be like, to Rock, like, please stop, but instead they just engage in a bit of a debate, which, I think it's not only a missed opportunity, but I feel like that's what Dion should have done. He should have been like, I'm totally totally in the wrong. You even have your chance to, turn your back, hand yourself in, maybe come and find me. We'll face the music together. Help me find Stivrock, Zone 4, or even Mechajaw. So let's go against them instead. So try like a conversion perhaps, and he could say, well, what about the other scenarios? But Dion knows awfully well enough that he won't do that, and I don't think Arizona would have budged either, which does give Sliverock less presence, but at least that would have at least made him interesting. We're talking about other what if scenarios here, and anyway, so they're both hanged up at the same time, and yeah, let's continue.
To sort out Slitherock, and so when Nicole is called by Diane.
Yeah, wait, hang on. So did Sliverock say to him that he was making his way to the Legion, unless Dion could just like track and infer? Well, he is keeping tabs on things, even at times when he can infer. I think right now it would be like, yes, Legion's over there, and I feel like other forces are coming to them, and that's what led to other decisions, as he calls Nicole.
And Diane, after being updated by Nicole, he is going to go after Xanthor. Nicole somewhat objects to this idea because
just like what I just said.
he is going alone, but if Slitherock is getting sorted, and Xanthor could plan the next big threat, then what else can he do? Even the Morphils at the moment are inactive.
It could go for, even the Morphils at the moment are inactive. Okay. I think we're going to have to, let's quickly explore this. So I feel like he should still go for Mechajaw still, because he'll be far simpler, won't he? Because he's trying to, but even Signform isn't doing much either. Most of his goons are gone. How if the goons are elsewhere, why not go for them instead? But if they're going down to the fortress, then could probably go one by one, and then I don't know, maybe And what could have done is that he could have like zoom from planet to planet and shoot a missile every now and again. It becomes like a game of cat and mouse with Dion constantly firing a missile, like being like peekaboo, another shot towards you, and the design for just getting shot for like hours and hours. A bit daft, but it's actually a strategy that could actually work. But that's a bit contradictory because it's like the Morphers aren't doing much, but even his rivals do not do much down the cove. Just go for him instead. And maybe Dion could have justified this by saying, well, Sliverrock gets sorted, then maybe, can go after Mechador then, because, there's not much, well, after the storm, of course. Hang on, why didn't Dion go to the planet to stop the storm? That could have been something else. He could have revealed how it was, a gravity invention, and then Torrid could have, like, backstabbed everyone then. Maybe he could have left, without fighting, knowing that he's outnumbered. But once he starts to storm, that's when the leader's like, what's going on? Where's Emiku gone? So that's a whole different set of events. But even at this point, no, I just felt like, he has an easy shot against Mechador. He doesn't really have a chance of redemption. He's extremely animalistic and has no chance of redeeming himself whatsoever. So yeah, that could have been sorted, and then they could have all gone down to Underspace to stop Zine4, and then he could actually fight him. Anyway, so yeah, I think we are addressing a couple of more plot holes again with this particular one. So yeah. Anyway, I do like him once again. Pod's like, oh my gosh, the Morphals aren't being accounted for. So even if I've addressed plot holes, at least Pod's having that reaction again. I feel like, well, no, it's just bigger cast. So each of these character moments, I guess when you do come back and forward between characters, that's where you're like, oh, okay, you can still see them, having their significant moments from time to time, whenever they do have something involved. So, yeah.
Annoying Pod when he hears a part of the call. And so Diane starts flying to find Xyanthor. Tilda
Missiles marine the right moving its way to states can fly to some above and nonsense no goal. There it is. There you go.
Good idea, thanks.
Stuff. So Dion starts flying and finds Xyanthor. Yeah, it's kind of weird how it's like, oh yeah, this is definitely the right choice, but we've already gone over why Dion's choice might not be the best one. At least he's using his time well, I suppose. Yeah, that's why he's trying to highlight here. And yeah, we can also see that Dion. Although, how would Dion know that sun falls down at the underspace? Did that ever get? Was that rumours that were spread around?
To his spare time, going all over the galaxy to where the Deepar fortress will be hidden. As Diane flies to find Xyanthor, this is where he starts to get an idea of what Opusnost and Amiku are like, and what.
Yeah, and that's referring to because if Dion can like sense surroundings through like cameras, audio technology, etc. It has one way to spot dangers, but it looks like Dion's using that to get some familiarity. To which yeah, and. But also, but looking ahead of that sentence, so
Tilda chapter 40, a clone of his own. Diane, on the other hand, has managed to bring down all of Xyantha's goons, except for Mechador, who has made himself more hidden as he plans what to do next as he has been told about the Legion's danger within the galaxy. Yes, there is Slitherark, but all of his creations have diminished. There was help from many residents all around the universe too, as many residents continue to get inspired by the Legion. However, Diane gets ambushed by a clone of him, hit by the clone at top speed as well as dodging the clone's projectiles beforehand. Now that Diane and Slitherark's version of Diane has landed on one of the asteroids, they both start fighting, mixing between charging at each other with hard hits or firing projectiles at each other while also trying to dodge those projectiles. The clone is a nasty
yeah,
piece
more
of
dear
work,
to
able to
Cosmos at
summon an
least.
arm
So
blade and a
yeah,
powerful laser
I
cannon,
think I
as
must have
big as
been
a saw
watching
pipe.
yeah,
With
the leading that they're
missiles
doing
that
from
keep
time to time, and
multiplying
then
and
it's
machine
just seeing
guns
how
coming from
Cosmos
more
has
places
slowly
compared to Dian.
bonded with them.
Dian mainly
Although
has his around his arms and back,
they've only
but the
bonded a
clone
bit
has
in the Hush
shoulder
2,
and leg
so
machine guns too, making it
um,
more of a challenge for Dian. Dian's
um,
main focus is to focus on
yeah, it's
taking down the
not a lot
weaponry.
of
Knowing that going for the head is
bonding
any
yet to
Netrobot's
justify that
downfall,
line.
that is where most of the functions take place. Dian has been shot by the machine guns a couple of times, resulting in a few bullet holes through him alongside the edge of one of his arms being grazed by the thick cannon laser.
Um, and maybe I was just trying to go for the idea of Dion being surprised that Gratitude is still around, but did he not want Dean? Why was he hidden? But yeah, it's just the way it was said, seems familiar, as if Dion saw Amiku, or Torrid at the time, just like just going solo almost like that should have like raised an eyebrow. Not to mention maybe there should have been like even more of a visual distinction between Torrid and the other Gratities too. And yeah, I think that's something else I've kind of forgot to imply, to make um, try to stand out more. But yeah, at the same time, I'm not sure how Ozona looks different to the rest of his race, even if the rest of his race hasn't been explained. Megatron definitely stands out. Xylophor has the amulet and presumably his own type of royal armor that I can assume at least. But yeah, Torrid doesn't have. You could say, oh, he's the only alien race back at the time, um, but yeah, no, I think he needs to be more distinct. Like maybe darker color or a couple of injuries to him. Yeah, something like that could have, like he could have had like battle scars from maybe like previous battles. But I don't really know much about the Gratity's own history. Like the Titrans and the Sotras seem to be a bit mundane, but yeah, with the Titrans, with the way they work on the life force. Not to mention the comic also talks about how they go around vegetation, look out for each other, and even in book 4, gives us some idea of what their planet is like, from their day to day, a couple of things at least. But yeah, I don't really know what the Gratities do. But I think if I was making guesses now, I think they'll probably enjoy. Yeah, I think maybe they do like experimenting with it, what they can build, what they can make with their cubes, if they like the molecules of our universe and all this universe. So yeah, but yeah, I think that's what's been missing from this part of the story. So yeah, and also not to mention, so with this 8-bit style, there's even like ways to make the Titran stand out, for instance, because if you remember, I think it's more explained in book 4 actually, where it's Copper and Bondel having a jade or blue painting on their shell, and that helps let us know, which one's which, almost, who's the leader and who's the deputy. We know that's Carpe and Bondor, but yeah, so it's subtle ways like that you can, well, I won't say subtle, but at least help certain individuals stand out despite the 8-bit approach.
Dian uses his speed to dodge the fire, go behind the clone and rip his
Yeah, and which he only meets Torrid later on, as a battle. Yeah, so that's whole different terms. But Dion does meet Pasnos eventually, and they could have a couple of nice moments together in book 5. So yeah, I think that's what I like about book 5. It's like properly bringing everyone together. Whilst whilst everyone else is running out of options. So yeah, that's where book 5 um it will to see what's been achieved. Because something else I've thought about is that because normally my film commentaries, well, when with other people's films, of course, I try and do like keep track of what each character does throughout, but it's actually a lot harder here because the characters are so like in and out of the story at the point where like I can still picture the arcs at least, and maybe I can picture more than I can think, but yeah, I'll try and be a bit more conclusive. But I think thanks to the extended flashback, I feel like the Legion's and development is um, it's okay, I suppose. But well, we'll just see if the rest of the book does a good enough catch up despite the extensive flashback. Okay, so now we're on the Sasha's planet and what's happening below. Oh yeah, so if going from left to right, so there's a Sasha lifting a Stoner up in the air and Nicole, despite lying on the back, she managed to shoot another Stoner there. And Arvin's zooming towards Sliverrock as Pod's fighting him, and Pasnos is there, and Sammy is next to. Yeah, I don't know what Sammy's doing, but Amiku has. Oh no, so it's one Stoner facing another Socha, and then there's Amiku who's used a fist to punch another Stoner out of the way. So this image is a bit too cluttered, yeah, because that's something I kind of learn over time, is that sometimes because I think that's what I've managed to do a good mixture of in the in the animations I've done. I'm not sure how many you would have seen by the time this is released, hopefully before, but yeah, like in the first animation, etc., like it does have like a good sense of scale and detail, and also by darkening the setting and brightening up the characters, that also like really helps differ which well, yeah, just be able to like track the characters despite the setting. But yeah, the setting doesn't have to be the most detailed. It will just be enough detail to make it a natural enough environment. So yeah. Anyway, so what's going on in this world?
Tilda Chapter 41, The Legion and the Sochus. During the formation of the defenses, alongside placing the power carefully into the Sochus' very own vault, which can go in and out of the ground.
That's an extremely lengthy sentence, but yeah, this is stuff that we. So the Legion basically already onto the defenses, and it looks like so the vault. I can presume you can see where Slivok and Pod is. Yeah, that's how I kind of visualized the so-called vault, and yeah, even the storybook, has had its colours carried over here, and even so I was just doing the formation of fences. But yeah, even the because whilst I'm a bit puzzled on why it's taken a while, because why not just place falls of the absorbed the machine, or the briefcase in this case, how no pun intended, like straight into the vault. But it's almost as if the energy has to be extracted from it first and then placed in, which is taken a while. But yeah, what's been used to transport the element as well, it's weird because not only are these difficulties like are contrived in a way to go about it to artificially bring up some drama, but I think was the element not in the vault yet, which also added to the tension. I guess we'll wait and see. But yeah, looking back, and I remember whilst writing, I remember thinking, this is like the most satisfying way. Could you not like put it in there straight away? Because I think the tension would have been there, if he just placed it in the vault, and Sliverrock could be like, oh, I probably saw you putting it in there, or we can assume it's hidden in there. Let's go after it. So tension could still be maintained that way. But yeah, regardless, these are details we're already familiar of.
Zami tries to have a go with his cubes, possibly adding to the defenses, but he continues to struggle.
Yeah, I was about to say, with Zami, why mess about when it could be helping? But it looks like he is trying to help, but it's practice at the same time. And so, yeah.
Something with Amiku watches. Even Arvin is watching this too.
Something that Amiku watches. So at this point, you're thinking, Amiku's just seeing him, Zami do well enough of his power, won't tell Amiku gets a bit defensive or jealous, perhaps. But in retrospect, this is probably Torrid being like, hoping he doesn't go too far. And when the Socha potentially takes him a step further, that's where, Torrid is just in a bit of a panic, being like, what have I done? Why did I do this? And yeah, granted, it's unclear, but I think that's the kind of the action I was trying to go for, despite the flaws in the writing.
Feeling like he is losing a mate, getting replaced by power. One Socha goes up to
yeah, I think that was kind of discussed before, and yeah, so prioritizing power above a friend, even that is like a theme in itself as well. Well, not a type of theme anyway, yeah, not one that's fully explored. So yeah, I think it's just reinforcing on me that Arvin's still feeling left out somewhat again, but he still gets others come to see him.
Zami, And these Sochus are some of the best energy experts in the universe, so the Socha teach
I think that's probably my favourite part about them. I think what made them struggle to stand out in a specific story is that because they've entered the Fletchers who they were experts at a point where they applied elemental parts into their arrows, and then I also come up with another type of alien race that could that were experimental with elements in the way that's controversial, and even that sounds kind of neat because you're like, well, what could they, what other secrets could they find in the elements? But I feel like I might keep that idea, maybe pass to the Sotters as well, because if they're experts, then maybe they could be like trying to find ways to explore the elements, especially in ways that isn't the most agreeable. Did I get Oh no, I thought so. I thought I found a scratch. No, it's fine. I had a paper cut yesterday. Oh, sorry. Just trying to adjust my seating. Um, there you go. So yeah, I think I'll probably give all of those parts into Sotters because out of the 3 races, and oh yeah, actually, was the third race like a lionfish and spider race that I created? Yeah, I still like the design, especially the 8-bit version. So that I wanted to carry over, but I might still treat them as like normal residents. But yeah, like I said, the Sotters are to be the more defined ones, with how much they about the elements and knowing how to experiment with them, which just helps them make them a bit more layered, especially way more compared to this. And but yeah, if they are like the best energy experts, also I just suddenly thought, well, I think by keeping like even if they are experts and probably fascinated by energy, I think they never had the Ozona's power that's out of the vault because you don't want to like accidentally expose it. Even though it's but yeah, let's see what the sausage's advice consists of.
Zami even more tips for how to control the cubes and other tricks. Even using your inner strength will help too, and it works far better for Zami, being able to reform a wrist blaster. The Socha then goes
Oh yeah, inner strength. So I think that's like one of the primary themes in this specific book. It's almost like a way of using your independence. Well, if you like, interpret it in a certain way. Well, inner strength could come from anything, but in this case, it's just exploring how inner strength can be explored when you're on your own. Because it's the strength just inside you after all. Um, so it's a nice way to tie the theme into the tip. Although, like I said, this is it just goes back to about how there's too many pieces of media that have two similar ways of how power is generated. Whether it's techniques, whether it's emotions, whether it's I don't know, feeling the power around you. I'm trying to work on go far more unique approach. And like I said, this is more of a reboot thing, not so much in here, despite some attempt to make it stand out. But it's not really standing out much here. But Zami managed to recreate an entire piece of his own weaponry, from the cube. So that's a neat start.
on to explain that most forms of energy can instantly connect to
And not to mention, with Zami being able to now do that, just goes to show that this is definitely how his own power is getting updated. Being able to recreate gadgets, just means that repairing won't be as a problem. And sometimes you have to be careful when you give your character the ability to be able to repair something like immediately. But even if you do get upgrades, of course upgrades are going to inevitably make you perform better, but still have your drawbacks. Because for instance, Zami could his lightning could be caught off guard, like when Ozona was struggling to step elsewhere because Zemi kept absorbing it. I felt like Zemi would still get a similar effect. I think, did that happen once with Zynfall? Perhaps I did Zynfall redirect the lightning somewhere or make it like go in a certain direction, stuff like that. And I guess it's also like a good drawback of lightning, it's like very sensitive with what it attaches at the point where it could home it elsewhere. I feel like that could be like a good and sensible drawback, regarding lightning. Just makes you wonder what the other drawbacks are. What other than, fire, just put it out with water.
the mind, even if there can be rejections like bodily harm, making a user able to
So despite reboot ideas, such as connecting yourself with the elements themselves. Although, yeah, this is definitely like a starting point, because even if it is going for stereotypical advice, yeah, it is. I think, yeah, thanks to what the previous book says, yeah, it is just um, letting the power connect to you in some way, and yeah, and if there's objections, yeah, just go show that yeah, it's just definitely not easy. It's just letting it flow, and yeah, I guess what could have been seen as contradicting, unless Time for like worked it out, because he um well, I think he gets some damage, from the elements, over time. Vata certainly did, and so does Megatron actually. So there is that pattern of the more villainous characters. They sometimes have to work their way, through the elements, because the elements never bonded with them. It's like they use it in a way that's more painful yet dangerous. But if looks like Ozona kind of worked it out, and Orpheum is a bit more artificial. So, but yeah, I'm surprised he didn't get affected at all, really, considering he's a robot. But that's still so yeah, this is just the extension of the yeah. So this is yeah, like some, I guess, like some setup for later on, or at least more explanation of how these elements work, and yeah, making the user able to use any form of power, even if there are more complicated tricks to learn. Use any form of power. It should be any form of the power, because once you have like an ability, then it's just seeing how you can explore, with that certain ability, as it says, more complicated tricks as well. Because it just makes it sound like, oh, you can probably form any element you want to. And I'm also, although this is, it's not Zami, gaining like any elements. It's just an additional ability, one ability that's quite powerful. I think that brings the question, what would be some of the more powerful uh, elemental abilities, like singular ones, because telekinesis is powerful, the fire is very likely, in heated air as well. Chronokinesis has, quite a lot of potential too, and the yeah, there's I think it's close at least, but yeah, I think there's a lot of abilities you can explore with, despite having a variety of different abilities.
Use any form of power even if there are more complicated tricks to learn. Not to mention if provided a trace of Amiku's power which Zami attempts to store in a wrist blaster that is attached to the back of the suit, then the suit should absorb the damage of the power rejection. Zami can also possess a
Um, store. Why a wrist blaster? No, that's no, I don't understand because Zami managed to store the power in almost like a rucksack equivalent. It's just the power like the capability stored within a back part of the suit. But a wrist blaster, really? That I would call that yeah, a mistake, because yeah, it's meant to be like a technical rucksack, not a wrist blaster behind him. That's sounds impractical, and yeah, it doesn't sound like it would store the whole new ability. And even if that's an interesting explanation as well, because Orpheum, he had an entire element, and just stores it in the weapon, is still able to use it that way without us getting to him. So Zami's using like a similar thing, and yeah, it is an ability, yeah, capability, not Homoto, in total, because Zami can't. Um, there might be possibilities he can alter rock, but I don't know. I feel like the key aspect is like a thing of its own. Like I think it would still be able to generate materials and maybe alter them, but yeah, rocks is already like an ability of its own, and um, so yeah, but yeah, I think it's like one of those things where if you like embody the or store the power correctly, then it won't affect you too much. Like Sign for the amulet and Azona and his sword. And although once again that's just storing entire elements, but yeah, Zami's doing that on a smaller scale with the cube ability. Um, but there could be a contradiction as well, with other characters or races, being able to absorb an entirely other ability. Because yeah, I think back then must have been accidentally getting confused between tried singular power when because it's because once again the cube is the element the cube is meant to be an ability, not the element as a whole. So I just got myself mixed up. But not to mention, so if Plasmos' race, that's like the astral body and protection thing. What if they store like any supernatural type of fire from Vibra? Would they be able to store it and be able to form fire that way? I think it could be like cool to mix that manner, although I'd have to be very careful with the rules. But I reckon those would be like standout individuals. But yeah, Isami could like combine his main ability with one more additional one, maybe a couple of others as well. That could be quite fun to play with. But yeah, it is just having to be quite careful with trading character abilities. And not to mention, if you do go for characters too many abilities, then it makes them stand out more. You get a bit of a mixed puzzle of like I said, you have too many abilities not being able to stand out with your inabilities. So yeah, but at least that right in front of us, it at least explains why Azami can just absorb another form of power. But yeah, I think an ability is also absorbed and controlled in similar ways to an entire element, despite the saturation difference.
Powerful form of lightning does give Zami a mild advantage, as it can be an addition to the cube abilities or
Uh,
can quicken certain methods such as speeding up a machine. Even Zami, as he spawns,
I feel like that's a bit of a cop out. Because I agree that lightning has been used to facilitate things, such as yeah, has been used in that way, but it doesn't exactly make you immune. Like what I guess what could be implied is that what if like the cube ability, like leaks and Sammy has like surrounded lightning coming from with I don't know the back of his neck for instance, and it like gets rid of them, a bit like a defense of some kind. Maybe that's what I was thinking of in the time, but I'm not too keen on it. Just have it store normally, and maybe Zamek could be powering up the his own like his own energy container at a point where it's continuing to maintain it. So that would make more sense than maybe someone else was trying to infer. But yeah, this line's a bit up in the air. Like I said, it sounds a bit of a cop out at first, unless you kind of yeah, and also yeah, the powerful form of lightning has been updated thanks to Ozona, so that too already makes Sammy stand out too. Because if it won't just be more saturated lightning, it could even be other ways of using lightning too. Because it could have another form of this story where Sammy just has like the more powerful lightning. It could be more supernatural and less technological. Technological? No, this less into the tech. So even that could also work as either being a bit left out because the gadget's not being as involved. So yeah, I think that could be another cool direction. But I still like the idea of Sammy having his own shapeshifting suit. And not to mention, yeah, he can still possess the more powerful lightning, which still can offer all sorts. Yeah, I'm surprised that Sammy's been more into his energy than his technology. It was that talked about earlier actually in this very book. I think so. Um, anyway. Semi-mild advantage as a community as addition. Um, I don't great. I don't understand the addition to cube abilities. Well, oh yeah, I think maybe it is talk about how I can put them together. You'd like creating more lightning blasters, or you're using cubes to bounce off lightning. I think that's what I was trying to write, but yeah, that's a bit of a up from the air kind of line again.
cubes decides to make them blue instead of the average jade green color, just to add to the experimentation.
So changing the colour of cubes despite being often represented as jade. Well, if they can form any material, I suppose I can see why not. I just hope that's not too contradictory either. Well, is it contradictory unless it is exploring, that particular element? Maybe. What I'm also not as keen on is that because when you because even if the life force does get extensions over time, at least Ozone, Pod, the Mecha Jaw, and yeah, like at least you can see more of the full power of the of the elements, being explored in many ways. But in this book, however, we only seen cube abilities, which is only 1/6 at least of Hamota's full potential. Could have been like I said, cool for Taro to actually tap into more of the capability at a point where, or just more the Hamota element himself at a point where he's able to form all sorts, like rocks or sand and goo even, because I've made that like when I started to finalize the element abilities in the in the reboot. But so yeah, it's it just makes Hamota feel like the least explored element, which is a bit of a shame because I feel like all of these elements should be equally explored. So like even if I do favour the life force the most or living good the most, but even that has had too many like explorations. Because something else I thought about is that could make each Legion member like representative of each element, which sounds like cool at first, but if they do have like more specific abilities, and there's already Pod who already has like an element's worth of abilities, then yeah, I'm definitely happy with the the Legion team at the moment. If you're wondering ahead of time who the final Legion team are, so yeah, Sammy's still there, Nicole's still there, Pod's still there, Pasnos is in there from the get go. Pod is Dion is still at the side. Wolf is there, but she has like not only a couple of slightly different designs, but she also now has Arvin's abilities of the temporary evolution, and even the Hay one is to be a bit more like a werewolf than an awful creature, and then Gloop is added, who is the goo creature, who was initially first written in the sequel comic, but I made an additional member, to have like a proper shapeshifter in the team. I feel like that. So we have a Legion that has a rather good dynamic.
Not only does this bother Arvin, but it also bothers Amiku more, worrying that we'll be outdone by Zami, which gets him into a certain mood. On top of that, Amiku
and I've already explained how it could, how that could make sense from both Amiku's perspective, because the audience could be like, oh, maybe is there like a character reason why Amiku specifically would feel like this? But from the Tide portrayal, those kind of worries, would still be implied because of the goal he's trying to go for. So yeah, and once again, Arvin's getting borrowed again. I just feel like that's most of Arvin's personality, just not liking the changes. He has had a couple of standout moments at least, and he will soon get another one, but it's a bit samey with him, unfortunately.
has been getting funny looks from the Sochus, considering how the Graditis and the Sochus used to clash from time to time. Also wondered how Amiku survived where
So that's a rather good idea and starting point. And once again, Amiku could be this oddity when everyone's like, where have you been all this time? Are you like the last one or something? So even that could have been, so that overwhelming kind of confrontation almost could have been like a really good way to explore, but it's just almost like mildly mentioned here, and not much expanded upon because there's a battle soon. But not to mention, where Sotra accidentally goes because of the element, I feel like that should have way bigger repercussions. Like even luckily, the the Snowflock Horizon Time, which pretty much saves the Sotras. And like I know we lost one of the Sotras because of an accident that you lot were involved with, but or Amiku at least. But they just seem to be a bit more forgiving immediately, which I feel like that should be a bit of a mix, not a it's fine, forget about it. Considering there won't be many Sotras around at this time, because I could just imagine being like a lowish number.
the Sochus thought all the other Graditis were extinct. The old Sochus remember the event and the younger ones are familiar via the stories told to them. Before Amiku makes his way to the vault of the
Would have been nice to, like even if old and young are there, I wonder if there was like more of a visual difference between them, but also like some that were around back then are here. Like that's actually kind of cool because you would think 100 years ago, like nobody would have been like around at the time other than Dion and etc. But for some to even be at the event, they should have explored their perspective more. What if they expanded more the story? Like how Todd ended up going away from them despite being potentially the best fighter, and also went wrong during the battle, and how they probably regretted going against the Titans of Gratuities too, because if they did get on, they would make it easier, and the wave wouldn't have happened in the first place. They're about the half a wave, of course. So at least this is quite kind of lengthy, but yeah, once again, it would have been nice, to explore further of these concepts.
Sochus, once he finishes placing some defenses as he makes multiple hands out of cubes, Pod, Opusnost and Arvin have a small chat.
Oh, that's a lengthy sentence again. Yeah, that sentence definitely needed adjusting. He makes his way to the vault, and and helping with the defences as well. So it's not just the rocks that the Sochus have, it is experiment with their own abilities, to add even more defences.
Opusnost and Arvin compared their abilities, considering their abilities come from the life force.
Okay, so this is where Amaku it looks like he's taken quite a lot of time to go from there to the vault, which means the vault's probably far away. I'm not sure why it's taking this long considering this entire exchange happens. But yeah, Pod and Arvin were together, so which is nice. And yeah, this is like a moment where Basnos connects with them two a bit more, because Basnos even feels a bit sad when Arvin goes, because they do have like some elements of getting on. Yeah, because because looking back, because I remember meeting like one or two individuals in other places. I remember thinking, this really nice person to meet. Wonder what they're going to be like, when I'll be next seeing them again. And yeah, it can be disappointing when you find out that you can't see them. I guess like as a brief example, because on one of my cruise holidays, there was this really nice girl, and after some chatting, but then it turns out she lives in Bournemouth, which was far too away. So even despite not discussing that, I feel like she knew like once, saying where our homelands are. It would be like it's kind of impossible to continue like the chats, I suppose. Now I know Zoom calls are a thing, but I think that can be like really arranged too tricky sometimes. Yeah, it can just depend. And so I think it just goes to show that even if putting all your exchanges into like an hour's worth, you can connect with anyone rather quickly. Yeah, it is because you would assume that you always need a lengthy amount of time to connect characters, but it just depends how much is achieved, how efficiently it's done. Because even like some of the best films, they actually have characters, like primary characters don't always have that many conversations. Once again, it just depends on the story and when they ever encounter other characters. Anyway, let's get going. I remember liking this moment.
Opusnost does get slightly jealous of Arvin for having
Abilities was repeated there, but never mind.
more abilities than him, as Opusnost always likes to find different ways to fight foes. He does, however, have more solid abilities which he can make.
Even if after all this temporary evolution ability, like it does, like come from multiple creatures. Although that it's almost like like I said, it's temporary evolution, so it is a bit more varied. But what Pasnos can still do is still more powerful. The temporary evolution and the astral projection. So that's like enough to work with him, and already makes him still powerful enough. So yeah, I guess just clarifying that. But yeah, I feel Pasnos because he's quite competitive. I bet he's like, well, if I had more abilities, oh boy, that would have been a lot of fun. So I think that's what you're thinking of. But hopefully he gets to clarify that he still has a whole heap of like the abilities he has, and what he can do regardless is already still plentiful. And also I really like because with I'm not sure if Asnos's powers were are described as blind green, unlike Arvin's, but at least the whole life force thing is talked about. So because for the first time in this story, it's two characters who are two races and both share, a trait of the life force with, like I said, temporary animal abilities versus astral based abilities. And yeah, they both come from life force, so it's just seeing how they compare in that, which yeah, I feel like that's like a rather neat aspect of world building, and I think this is also in depth. They have quite a lengthy chat, which has even assisted more so when Sotra comes in.
Maintain for the long run, while Arvin has multiple temporary abilities, but even then Opusnost starts to make connections he never.
And yeah, I think I think that's some clarification, like even more of it I was even talking about earlier. So um, yeah, so I think this would have made a Personals go like, oh yeah, true, yeah, because if I can maintain mine, then yeah, fair enough. And yeah, and as I said here, yeah, Personals is just connecting in ways that he never really has. So yeah, of course, that's going to change anyone's mindset, even the most brutal of fighters.
Really made, making him a tad more sentimental. Even Pod and Opusnost do get on more thanks to Arvin, enabling them to get on as they make the defenses, with Opusnost listening to Pod. Opusnost then asks
So yeah, not only is it chatting as they make defences, so they are making progress either way. But yeah, once again, Arvin is like connecting others to others, which yeah, it just once again, I think it just reaffirms more of Arvin's own little role, which makes it even more disappointing when he goes. Um, so yeah, and it's a good chance for Arsenal and Pod to get on a tad too, which is quite nice, and even has a one or two payoffs later on. Well, especially at the end of book 3 where they both decide to leave.
about Pod's abilities, and Pod shares that he has the powers of fire, ice, and water, which grabs the attention of another Socha as this form of power.
So yeah, whilst Pod was probably like cynical of Posnus earlier, and I'm not sure. I feel like there should have been like one more event for Pod to get clarified that Posnus may be like a brutal fighter, but deep down he is quite a nice chap. So whilst there should have been like an in-between moment like that, but I think we're already seeing a Pasnoshine being quite civil with Arvin, even friendly, in fact. But so I feel like this is where Pod's like, I don't think he seems too bad. Like, granted, Amikyo I think still sucks, but still. And oh, I say we never really got Pod's perspective of, or much of the other characters, the perspective of, after Amikyo, explaining one of the massive pieces of history, in the galaxy. And granted, I guess it could have been like kind of exhausted for every character, for every reaction of them is explained. Because I think I talked about earlier which reactions could have been more important, but could have had, because Nicole, had the more, um, um, you know, um, the more important reaction considering it's part of her arc, and then Zami and Arvin could be slightly stunned. The Basnos could be like, oh yeah, I've heard the story before, and he's probably not bothered. But yeah, with Pod, however, it's more for Symmetra being involved. I think he's just being reminded, the Morphils were probably quite sinister during that event as well. So that could like brought up something as well, which, yeah, I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity. But, for the characters to talk about abilities, yeah, I feel like this is part of, this is like part of the heart of this whole story. It's just seeing, yeah, because if the abilities is like a major part, and it's just seeing how the characters like talk about it, explore and compare. It's like like I said, it's just very almost like one of I dare I call it probably one of the more definitive scenes of the story. Like why I would like to expand, this specific story. Then this is why, because like when you compare talk about abilities, there's a lot of fun. Especially like as inspired by a whole heap of media I've watched, where they share and talk about abilities. It's a lot of fun. Because yeah, if you're wondering, so I guess I do have like a couple of other like entirely new other stories ideas that aren't a part of this, but I don't know that they're not forming very well. And considering how long I've been, to have with the characters made up and how I kind of want all my characters to stick together almost. Yeah, I just would rather make one really, good story, one that's fully explored, one huge, massive, narrative universe that anyone can get into. Yeah, I just want to make it, that alone, the legacy is just trying to create multiple. Because even before, like, the Haphazard Legion started to get like story ideas even, because I used to just like creating characters in general, and they used to have like their own little adventures, and then crossovers come about when they all come together. So yeah, I guess almost Avenger inspired, but I was actually like more inspired by Super Smash Bros. Brawl because that too is like a crossover because there's characters that come from all sorts of like different balls, etc. And yeah, I think I might still go for that kind of approach. Well, because they're all like all so different, and um, but I don't know. It's just that even considering the plan, like yes, it does have that charm of everyone being so varied, but you can't really like call it a crossover if you've written established stories and then they turn out to be connected all this time. It's yeah, because even the direction I like to go for, it's yeah, it just a bit too lengthy, just to create that surprise factor of being a crossover, with everything that I've done so far. Because not to mention, not these characters don't really have enough like story to grant it like their own story. So when they're like mixed in with the stories of others, that's where it's like, okay, there is a bit more I can work with. Anyway, let's shut up and get going.
Seems familiar. Opus Nost thought of it as cool, very abstract yet grand in
Yeah, fire, nice and water. Yeah, that does sound like nothing else except one of the elements.
scale and witnessed instances of it during the fight on Nahashtu. Pod explains that he is glad to have this power as it would overcome
Okay, so so we can this is just adds to what else Husnos is doing. I think he was, admiring possibility, being like, oh, wow, he's probably like quite powerful, isn't he? Despite not quite getting on. He could have been like Tad jealous as well back then, but not really hinted. I think it was just the other in comparison, just a light comparison, and um, but you always just see what as Basnos feels about this, about possibilities. Like, because yeah, Basnos is correct that it's kind of abstract at this point, but oh boy, what Pod can do. I say because very quickly in book 3, well later on in this one, yeah, Pod. Well, actually, it's thanks to Socha where I think is it. Yeah, any individual has a super form where you have like a giant-ish kind of form, just made out of your power alone, and that's where it requires the most amount of concentration, etc. And yeah, so having the requiring the concentration and the power input, and probably being good in condition as well. So it probably depends on your mentality and your physical state. That's where you can perform it. So it is a wild card, but one that's easy to well tricky to get to because it is used once more in book 5, which was good because you needed to throw everything at Ironfall during this point. And when you look at book 4, for instance, there wasn't really like a chance for a super form to be done because not to mention Pod just kept chasing after Megadrill, so I don't think he had the patience to be like, oh, maybe let's go for the super form. But no, I think he wanted to face Megadrill in a more physical manner. When later on book 3, Pod definitely needed a grander, more powerful approach with Torrid, because the physicality of the fight wasn't working at the Legion's favour, to which we'll see how it goes. Anyway.
Mechajor. Opus Nost wonders who Mechajor is, and after explaining,
Glad, yeah, because story ideas in the reboot is that Pod is he in the reboot, I have this idea where Pod, he's the kind of character he has like the abilities and he wish he didn't have them, but he still acts anyway because, who else can perform these certain feats and who else, not many like Pod have this level of power. And whilst it could be kind of cool to have the power like go in his head and like go too far because of what his life used to be like. So yeah, that's the kind of direction I'm going for. But I guess I can see Pod, being more accepting of the power then, because he still uses it wisely and uses it to overcome Mechador as well. It is quite a big ambition, but one that Mechador does need to go eventually. So yeah, so it's like decent setup and payoff for book 4.
Opus Nost is intrigued to battle him. Opus Nost shares that, unlike others, he wants a one-on-one with
Yeah, we already know bits and bobs about Mechador, like the basics, so it's just saying, oh, after explaining, that's where Pasnos like, oh, okay, so that's who he is. And even Pasnos wants to fight him as well, which, yeah, because there's a moment later on where Pod and Pasnos chat about going to the Morphils and to take down Megatron perhaps together, and even just as them two, because there's almost like some idea that Dwayne maybe could just leave the Legion, it'll just be us two. It's like a hint of that, which is quite interesting. It makes the decision for Pod and Passnos to leave the Legion less arbitrary. It wasn't just Arvin, it was just other factors. Like I said, the Morphos constantly being postponed, as a problem to be sorted. Anyway.
Xionthor, thinking of himself as powerful enough. Pod, however, states that while confidence is good, teamwork is also important.
Yeah, it's a bit of the characteristics he has already. Yeah, you can see why he's very ambitious. But not to mention, if he has the astral projection, which is quite a powerful ability as far as I can see, despite not being used too many times. And I think the blades are strong enough material-wise. Oh well, if they chop through fake stoners, with metallic skins, then yeah, I think it is like made up of a stronger metal, but I don't know what kind of metal. I feel like that shouldn't be clarified. Yeah, like just the many types of metals across the universe, and does that mean a new periodic table? Perhaps, yeah, that could be fun to do. But yeah, the temporary invincibility as well, and not to mention with what he later gets taught by the Sotchers, yeah, he can use temporary invincibility in ways that can counter like energy abilities almost. So Beheadfastnos feels like has like a really good shot, and that kind of attitude does get lost at the end of this specific book, but comes back later on when he starts to gain the confidence again. So it's a bit more aware. And but yeah, I like the line unlike others, because everyone would be like really scared to face Signfall, and probably would face him in a team, but Bastos is like, no, I reckon I could have like a really good go. So yeah, I really like how that makes Bastos like stand out. Like he sounds a lot better at this point on onwards, because he sounded like a bit bratty when you first see him, but yeah, I do like him a lot more. He's almost well, he's one of my favorites anyway, but he's he's been proving really well. Yeah, it just goes to show that if you have conversations where characters get to chat about all sorts, that's where you can find them, way more endearing. So yeah, powerful enough. What does Pod say?
There have been Orpheon and Ozona who required teamwork, and so after explaining their difficulty,
yeah, I think that's going back to because like yesterday's dependence is good, but Pasnos hasn't really experienced decent teamwork, which it is to his need, as that's what the first book was primarily about, and it's a theme that's continuing. So yeah, I think I guess you could see why Zami wouldn't be the one to, because Zami's still kind of naive, but with Pod being more experienced and knowing a lot more about battling, because he used to be a part of a regime after all. I bet Pod would be like the one to imply, like the right kind of wisdom to encourage Basnos that working the team is, it's a good thing, basically.
Opus Nost pretends to act hard but realizes that Opus Nost there might be enemies that won't always fear him. Maybe Amiku has misled him. Regardless, Arvin is glad to see Pod and Opus.
Yeah, so that's almost like 2 points in one, but I think what was said about Arvin Hazona is an extension of how teamwork was definitely needed, especially when fighting them both, and and yeah, I think it then goes on to a thought that Abasnos himself has, because whilst what Pod said definitely needed expanding, especially with what Pasnos is thinking afterwards, but from Pasnos thinking that not every foe he encounters will fear him, they will Orphan and Azona, they definitely would give a Pasnos a run for his money. It's like I said, it's it's an interesting thought to have, because all this time Pasnos has been making anyone scared. Ekron, the dude, and the hash too. There's it's I think Pasnos is like getting a realization that maybe that might not work all the time. Would I ever be able to make Orphan or Azona scared? I say that reminds me. Imagine if in like a whole different set of events, where if Amiku or Pasnos or even Hellwolf joined the Legion during either events in book 1 or 2, yeah, I think that could be another what if scenario, and the same could be said with the title engine. They could have been like more active in another time, depending on how things went. Yeah, and also Pasnos pretended to be hard, so even that's another case of Pasnos. He's not gone through, I guess, the book 2 arc where he's teased that Haphazard isn't like the best thing. To which I guess that could have been talked about, even if it. I don't know, like if it's written in such a way, then it won't be on the news because Sammy, Nicole, and the pod, they all learn that how in life facade in various ways isn't hasn't really been beneficial. And I think Pasnos almost like learns the hard way, especially when he kept losing to Torrids. So yeah, I think all of that definitely did. There's some more to it as well. Yeah, I kind of feel like a uni lecturer. How many bits and bobs needed more expansion than others. At least with an essay, it's point, evidence, and then explain, and tie a reference to it in between. Loads of quotes. Yeah. Yeah, fun fact, my highest ever piece of education was an essay. I just managed to master the craft well enough. Yeah, it's kind of ironic considering, the animations I've done were, for education, but never mind, I've got the whole new direction for my animation nowadays. Anyway, realise it might not be interesting point, but oh, so this interesting line here. So Amiku has misled him. Maybe Amiku's misled him. So I don't know what got Pasnos into that. Well, I think this goes back to what how Pod should have said something a bit more relevant to what a Pasnos thinks of afterwards. But I think this is a good afterthought as well. Amiku could be in the wrong for making a Pasnos feel this way. And whilst there was more to it in the end, but at this point it could be, Amiku probably being like too defensive of a Pasnos, and maybe Amiku could have been clarified about it. But of course that's not the case because Amiku once again is the front, and so yeah, I also feel like it's a bit early for a Pasnos to have those kind of thoughts too, because because if he is like like the hard man and of the team at this point, I feel like there should be like other events to like soften him and have him break down his own walls in some way, and that's where he becomes just be able to think instead of just thinking, oh, new target to fight against. I just feel like there should be more events leading up to it. Because the Pasnos doesn't really confront Amiku about whether why Pasnos was so into fighting and so defensive, because of how Amiku's been cheating the Pasnos almost. So yeah, it could be nice to confront each other. Like there is like the cool moment where Pasnos refuses to come with Amiku, which is kind of cool. We can definitely see why, especially from this conversation alone. But yeah, definitely needs more work.
Pasnos get on, adding to friendships, which is one thing in the past that has not gone. Afterwards, another.
If, who knows what will happen Legion-wise, but if they can get on, then I think the Legion can go ahead. Although it's weird because should Ivan like be a bit on edge because these could be like permanent Legion members, to change the entire dynamic of the Legion. Although I guess Arvin just being around Pod, I think that's what makes it fine. Unlike Sammy, who it's almost like like not intentionally pushing Arvin away, but Arvin feels more pushed away by Sammy. But when he's with Pod, he feels a bit more unified, and I guess Arvin's just happy that Pod's getting on with someone as well. So yeah, I could have clarified that.
Socha comes about to help the three of them with the defenses. As that Socha.
Is that why? Arvin just still likes connecting, still making friends. Is that what he still likes to do? Despite the changes. I think so. Yeah, you can't be against all changes. Changes happen inevitably. Even if you did wake up to, but don't forget that Sammy's new too. So I'm in danger of making Arvin's story a bit too, simplified.
Also was listening to what kind of abilities they have. The Socha provides some advice which Pod, Opasnost and Arvin practice in between forming the defenses, extra concentration.
The Socha then provides some advice. Yeah, I think that's what I should have written then. So that's the same Socha I mentioned earlier, and we're going to see these Sochas are going all around to make sure the whole area is more defended and probably more battle ready too.
More inner strength and letting their power flow through then more so can enable them all to reach feats they have never reached. For instance, Pod can use his power to form a giant version of himself.
Oh, that's quite a lengthy sentence once again. I feel like this book is doing that the most. It's because it is getting to more complicated territory, especially with the abilities. So I feel like this is almost like the wrong. Well, no, like if the defenses are at a good state so far and everyone's like decent fighters, then defenses will just be a good assist. But I don't know, there's an element involved. You'll need as much preparation as possible, and well, because they're still yet to face Megatron and Zime seeming what the I don't know what the Sochas think or know about their status quos, but yeah, I think like they should share the advice after, especially when they talk about the elements later. Although I think story-wise it would have been a bit crammed for them to explain the elements and then be like, okay, how about expanding all of your abilities? And Amiku could be the one to refuse because it's already up there. I guess that could have still worked because the whole element stuff is given its own section, whilst in here, you could just simply have the characters just talk about their abilities. So it's just like they'll chat whilst progress is still being made, and then it's further expanded later. And it can even pay off later too. So I feel like this Socha should have come to them about updating their abilities later. Like even if it's quick, but even then, like I said, you need to protect an element like properly. But also practice in between. Yeah, in between sounds a bit inconsistent. It's like having your phone out in between a shift. It's that in and out nature, which I do not like doing at all. Yeah, it makes my head flip almost. Extra more in strength, letting the power flow through them. Yeah, this is generic how to use your power kind of advice, which I'm not too keen on again. But at least, yeah, even if all of that's a bit generic, and it's sadly quickened as well. I didn't, Samuel was given like more time and more advice and how to adjust, so why not here? As also, yeah, it's Sammy managed to create, well, I suppose the cube thing is one thing, but did he create a cube thing to then contain his cube ability that way? That must take some time. Letting give himself time away from the defenses. Anyway, despite that, what's the so Pod managed to practice that in between the defenses. Yeah, I'm sure that won't be distracting to anyone trying to do the defenses unless Pod does like a smaller version of that. Yeah, because I really like the payoff and what the powers expand into, but it's just wrong timing.
Out of water, etc. Opus Nost can use his temporary invincibility to intake energy from a power source, and Arvin can fully energize himself at a point where he becomes temporarily invincible while also being able to use multiple evolution abilities at once, making them all thankful towards the Socha. However, Slitherark and the upgraded Stoner
I don't know how Apostos will be able to practice. What will he be able to practice on unless the Socha just explains, if you maintain the temporary invincibility, it can then unlock into energy intake. So I love the expansion, but can't really do that without practice. Unlike the other two, and the advantage to practice in that way. But I thought what Pod couldn't do, anyone could do. Although I suppose. Actually, no, this is everyone's super forms, really. Should have been clarified as such, just go show that regardless of if you have one element or one ability, you can, be a your most powerful form when you apply enough concentration, etc. And yeah, and I do like how all three of those pay off. I don't think they're used in this battle, but they're definitely in the following one, where a more of a powerful kind of approach is needed, less physical. Fully energized himself at point where again comes. So Arvin becomes temporarily invincible too. So does that mean he's sharing like Basnos' abilities in a way? That could make him a bit more jealous, perhaps, and all abilities at once, which is quite a feat. Yeah, but I think that's what the life force does. If it is like spiritual in some way, then or just like the power of Life God in general. If it's like spiritual in some way, then I can see how it might have like a protective layer. But I reckon Arvin's temporary invincibility is definitely not as powerful compared to Basnos's and his race, for instance.
Are nearly there, putting off the progress of the Legion, and the Legion is...
Yeah, that's a lot of good advice, I can presume. And yeah, this is definitely like a one-off kind of practice thing where, you know, they know a couple of other abilities, and yeah, they could definitely go back to work, I hope.
Spooked to see Slitherark for the first time. Amiku tries to rush the situation, and as a result...
Yeah, it'll be a bit more tense, but if it was like tense, then why did you do like a couple of lectures in between? You know, that we're talking about loads of extra rocks. I don't know where the rocks are getting poured from, or you know, I can understand we're in Zami and our Torrid are meant to help had be more defenses too, and yeah, like I said, yeah, it's just yeah, you already know what problems I have.
One of the Sochus dies because a briefcase that was being...
Yeah, because I don't know how bad Dib's live rock is. Thankfully, he's definitely not as tricky compared to Ozone and Orpheum, but they don't know that. So, but they do have a much bigger force around them, so it should be a bit, you know, more relaxed.
Placed in the vault breaks from the heated ground, and Ozona's power leaks and rips a Socha apart. Even Slitherark tries to take the chance to tell one of Xiantha's allies via the communication spell that Ozona...
Yeah, so I've already talked about, you know, like how the search are going. You know, that should have like massive implications. So I already discussed about that and how that's like a flaw in the story. So yeah, so if looking at both perspectives, you know, Amiku, you know, as we're reading it as a first-time viewer, and then, you know, as the true Torrid. So if reading this for the first time, so, you know, Amiku is already, you know, probably a bit angry from, you know, like Zambi, you know, getting more powerful with the cube ability, especially experimenting it in his own ways. And granted, I've also missed out how Amiku should be a bit worried that Pasnos is bonding with the others. That's probably something that Amiku could be a bit nervous with, or maybe he wanted to go back on his own. You know, never really wanted to join the Legion. You know, just like a temporary help kind of thing. And it could be a character trait of his to, you know, want to try and defend the third form and its energy like as soon as possible. But he has, you know, the capabilities. He could have helped with the vault and the containment. In fact, why didn't he like do it on his own if he's like so much of an expert? So that's already a plot hole, you know, regardless of which way you see it. Although from Torrid's perspective, yeah, I think. Or maybe Torrid is scared that Slivrak, etc. are going to possess this form of energy at a point where, you know, if like someone else has it, then he has less advantage. Because yeah, I think it could be like quite an interesting trait to have Torrid, you know, be even more scared that someone else can be, you know, powerful because he wants to be the most powerful one. Because you know, if you remember later on, he's going to try and find ways to interconnect other elements alongside his primary elemental ability, even if it is, you know, just the cubes.
Tilda chapter 41, the Legion
yeah,
and the Sochus. During the formation of the defences alongside placing the power carefully into the Sochus' very own vault which can go in and out of the ground. Zami tries to have a go with his cubes, possibly adding to the defences, but he continues to struggle, something with Amiku watches. Even Arvin is watching this too, feeling like he is losing a mate, getting replaced by power. One Socha goes up to Zami, and these Sochus are some of the best energy experts in the universe, so the Socha teaches Zami even more tips for how to control the cubes and other tricks. Even using your inner strength will help too, and it works far better for Zami, being able to reform a wrist blaster. The Socha then goes on to explain that most forms of energy can instantly connect to the mind, even if there can be rejections like bodily harm, making a user able to use any form of power even if there are more complicated tricks to learn. Not to mention if provided a trace of Amiku's power which Zami attempts to store in a wrist blaster that is attached to the back of the suit, then the suit should absorb the damage of the power rejection. Zami can also possess a powerful form of lightning, does give Zami a mild advantage as it can be in addition to the cube abilities or can quicken certain methods such as speeding up a machine. Even Zami, as he spawns cubes, decides to make them blue instead of the average jade green color,
So
Just
yeah,
to
even
add to
this
the
line's a bit abstract.
experimentation.
So what
Not
happens?
only does
So
this bother Arvin, but it
because a
also
briefcase that
bothers
was being
Amiku
placed in the
more,
vault breaks
worrying that we'll be
open. Okay,
outdone
why
by
did it
Zami,
break
which gets him
open?
into a certain mood. On top
Heating
of
around, we
that,
can infer because of the
Amiku has been
lava.
getting funny looks from the Sochus,
Breaks from
considering
the
how the
heating
Graditis and the
around.
Sochus used to clash from
As
time to
in, was
time.
like being placed in the
Also
ground and
wondered
then
how
he just
Amiku
flipped
survived where the
open.
Sochus thought all the
And
other
did
Graditis were
one of them like
extinct.
drop
The
it when
old
Amco
Sochus
was trying to
remember
rush
the
everyone?
event,
Is that
and the younger
what would have
ones are
happened
familiar
too?
via the stories told to them.
And
Before Amiku
yeah,
makes
although
his
one
way
thing
to
I
the
can
vault of the
infer at least
Sochus,
is that
once he
when
finishes placing some defenses as he
where the
makes
Sasha
multiple hands
accidentally
out of
ripped apart,
cubes,
that'll be
Pod,
probably some of the
Opusnost, and
telekinetic
Arvin have a
power
small
that
chat.
Ozona
Opusnost and
has.
Arvin
And whilst that
compared
could
their
have expanded
abilities,
on, at
considering
least
their
that's something we can
abilities come
infer,
from the
but
life
I don't
force.
know what was going on with
Opusnost
previous
does get
instances.
slightly jealous of Arvin for having more
Um,
abilities than him, as
and oh yeah, and
Opusnost
also
always
there's an
likes to
interesting
find
detail.
different ways
So
to
yeah,
fight foes.
Zivrock is
He
like,
does, however, have more solid
Signfall know
abilities
where
which he
one of
can
the
maintain for
elements
the
is
long run,
actually
while
at.
Arvin has
Units getting
multiple
placed with the
temporary
Sotchers.
abilities. But even then
And because I
Opusnost
don't
starts to make
quite
connections
remember
he never
how
really made,
Signfall knew
making
about
him a
this
tad more
later on. At least
sentimental.
there's some
Even
reason
Pod
why
and Opusnost do get on more thanks to
Mr. Brock
Arvin,
didn't quite have the
enabling
chance
them to
to
get
pass
on
on
as they
this
make the
information. But
defenses, with Opusnost listening to Pod.
Signfall and the Goose,
Opusnost then
once they were
asks
going
about
about
Pod's
anyway,
abilities, and
that's
Pod
where
shares that he
they're
has the
like being able
powers
to
of
go from
fire,
planet to planet,
ice, and
which
water,
is a bit
which
redundant
grabs
because
the
these
attention
goons
of
have been
another
trying to go
Socher
all
as this
around
form of
to
power seems familiar.
find answers where some of
Opusnost
the
thought of it as
energy,
cool, very abstract yet grand
forms of
in
energy
scale, and
are
witnessed
at.
instances of it
Only
during the
to go
fight on
like, or just to go
Nahashtu.
from planet to
Pod
planet anyway, to
explains
which,
that
like
he
I
is
said, it's
glad
just
to
a
have
tad
this
redundant.
power as it would
But
overcome
at least
Mechajor.
there's a reason
Opusnost
why
wonders who
the force's
Mechajor is,
location,
and after
where it's
explaining,
gone, has
Opusnost is
is
intrigued to
postponed
battle
in
him.
Signfall's
Opusnost shares
perspective.
that, unlike others, he wants a
Although,
one-on-one with
yeah, did
Zionthor,
Sivrock get
thinking of
fired at? Is
himself
that
as
why he
powerful
shouldn't have the
enough.
chance with the
Pod,
communication
however,
spell,
states
or
that while confidence
does
is
the
good,
communication spell,
teamwork is also
require
important.
enough time
There
and
have been
concentration?
Orpheon and Ozona who required teamwork, and so after explaining their difficulty, Opusnost pretends to act hard but realizes that Opusnost there might be enemies that won't always fear
He says one as Signfall's ally, so would that be one of the 5 goons then, or even, yeah, probably.
him. Maybe Amiku has misled him. Regardless, Arvin
Does the Searchers only have one vault? I thought they had like multiple, unless they only had like one left due to reasons. Like, I don't think this planet's got affected, by the wave, because all of them would have gone 100 years ago. Yeah. Although if they did go 100 years ago, oh yeah, imagine that being onto the story. They didn't know that the Sochers didn't make their first wave, and so they probably had to improvise or even keep that second element. That could have been a interesting midpoint too. Yeah, just another alternative idea. Anyway.
is glad to see Pod and Opusnost get on, adding to friendships, which is one thing in the
Oh, okay, so yeah, because he's starting to come from the sky, yeah, from a spaceship, and yeah, the others can fly through the serpents, and we already know about the anti-space measures. So yeah, I was right. Yeah, that's why the communication spell was not able to come out. Yeah, about to be placed within the bolt, so about to be placed, so that's been delayed. And there's a moment I remember with Nicole. I wonder if that happens. Zona's power that can be fetched. Oh, so I think that following line is meant to say that, knowing where Forza is at, and, it's just within a vault, with the Sochers, it looks like it's probably easy enough for Signfall to try and get hold of it, but if it could be easy for Signfall, then just really hope the Sochers have enough to do well to defend it. Like I said, I think the elements should have been placed in the volcano that's like infinitely filled with lava, like placed in the core of the planet. I can imagine that being really tricky, because at least the Sochers have that immunity to lava. What we can assume, it's the power after all, and they're made out of rock, etc. Anyway.
The past that has not gone. Afterwards, another Socher comes about to help.
Yes, that's just very explaining what I said earlier. So yeah, and we can also infer what the Legion's projectiles are, because if we have been outlined the Legion abilities again and again, then we will talk about Decole's lasers, Emmy's lightning, the Torrid's cubes, pods, fire perhaps.
The 3 of them with the defenses. As that Socher also was listening to what kind of abilities.
Oh yes, so yeah, at least there is like a small consequence where, like I said, Torrid gets told off. Which yeah, I think it can be. Yeah, so this is almost like an argument as the battle is coming about, hence why it feels like a bit short. But yeah, did Nicole They yeah, so Emiku is good turn off, and Shikid is getting Emiku away from the team for behaving like this. Yeah, if this battle is a failure and one Sotra's sadly got his life ended because of the element, that's quite strict. Although I can see why, because yeah, no other newer Legion member at the time made these kind of mistakes. I feel like the worst I could think of is Zami not performing as well as he does in both the trial and the first Nitrobot fight, but at least it was like nothing malicious, like this, because Amiku, is definitely, if he is as old as he say, then yeah, he should have acted better. Whether this is a front or not, yeah, Nicole is doesn't like this, and I just wonder if Torrid doesn't want to be with the Legion, so maybe this was like a way to fast track in. Hopefully, he can leave, but then why did he pretend to care and stay and help? That part I'm still trying to get my head around. Once again, I could just assume it's just more misleading, trust building. Like McEwen, he's threatened to leave and now he's willing to help and stay. So I think that's the best answer I can give, because that's at least pinpointed a couple of times. But was it? Well, even if it's not out, it's not fully stated, admittedly. But yeah, I think it's one of the best inferences I can think of.
They have. The Socha provides some advice which Pod, Opusnost and Arvin practice in between forming the defenses, extra concentration, more inner...
Hang on, about sneeze. Oh, how many times have I done that? Anyway, what time is it? Okay. God. There you go. Body's off again. So trouble starts. So yeah, the Sacha's been hostile. Probably not just. Maybe the Sachas are specifically angry towards Torrid, but maybe there should have been a bit more hostile to the Legion. Be like, wait, hang on, you brought him here and the energy, so we're in trouble because of you. So unless the Sachas are at least open-minded about it, but with Torrid accidentally being responsible for a death, I feel like I can see how that could cross the line, but I feel like that's where the Sachas definitely needed to be characterized better. Yeah, imagine if the Titrans came with them as well. I feel like that could happen, but I don't know. Both Carver and Vondor definitely would need to go back to their own planet, especially if they got the life force back. So yeah, I think that's a good enough reason. Although that reminds me, in Book 4, why did a whole heap of Titrans left the planet if they still had the life force? But that could have been risky. Yeah, because if there was any witnesses, one of the Morphos could be like, "Oh, tell Zyphor that the Titrans can, there's far less Titrans, especially leaders for some reason." Zyphor and the goons could be like, "Oh, that's an easy chat for Life Force then." But no, they're just still sat down. So that's already like one kind of bad flaw that Book 4 has already. But yeah, one thing for sure, that Book 4 is definitely better than this. Especially if I've been tempted to call it my favourite one. So yeah, hostiles such as Inamakis have another chance.
Strength and letting their power flow through then more so can enable them all to reach feats they have never reached.
I thought, unless Torrid was like the first to spot, but we're talking about the Legion projectile and that's Slivrock, so have I accidentally like mixed up the continuity where this panic with the Vault should have happened first if just starting to see them, but once they come closer, that's where they start attacking. Because Slivrock won't be able to see the element until much later, so once he starts seeing the element clearly, he is also more of a clearer target to be shot at. Might have been shot at earlier, beforehand even, considering that the range. But yeah, so Nicole's like that keen to get rid of Torrid, so yeah, I can probably see why, if Torrid was to be a liability like this. Let's see how big come about. Yeah, okay.
For instance, Pod can use his power to form a giant version of himself, made out of water, etc. Opusnost can use his temporary...
I didn't need that last sentence. We can already imagine it being tense. Say some of the Sochas here, because some of them help fight, but it's almost up to them to place the energy. And granted, I still don't know why it's taken that long. Just place it, close it, and then hide it. It shouldn't be that hard. Yeah, but anyway, the battle's beginning.
Invincibility to intake energy from a power source, and Arvin can fully energize himself at a point where he becomes temporarily invincible.
Good to know. Yeah, it's just like a starting sentence of the battle, really.
While also being able to use multiple evolution abilities at once, making them all thankful toward.
Or we kept trying. That's you know, a good thing as well, because sometimes if there's plenty of chances, then go for it. But yeah, it looks like Slivrock was really struggling because he gets up close combat by Podden and Pasnos and Narvin. So I can see why he has no chance despite at least he tried. That's like makes I feel like Slivrock's one of the better characters here, and but also tries to fight Podden and others. Continues to perform. Yeah, not to mention he takes 3 Legion members to take down Slivrock as well, and all 3 of them had a tricky time. So yeah, it just goes to show that Slivrock seems to be quite powerful himself. Although, as I was mentioning with the other races, what makes him stand out compared to the other reptiles? Could it be more into the technology? I'm not sure. But if Slivrock himself is going to be a character, definitely once again just make him stand out. Maybe the giant claw could be like one visual difference only he has.
Towards the Socha. However, Slitherark and the upgraded Stonos are nearly there, putting off the progress of the Legion, and the Legion is spooked to see Slitherark for the
okay, so he's not up close fighting yet, but if he's gone shot at, then he does need to defend himself primarily, because that's how he's going to pass the information on. Also, the Ozona's power has just been called Falls. I feel like that's like the first time, because for a first time view, like, wait, what's that? But it looks like I've accidentally called Ozona's power its true name before its true name was later established. Because, granted, although was I trying to create a surprise element, that's why Ozona's hardly in the battle, because it wasn't explained that. So it wasn't explained that Ozona didn't get the energy he had, but also I still tried to create a mystery that Ozona had falls there anyway. There's I don't know, was that when the names were introduced? What about this? And also, how much did Amiku explain about the elements before the Sachas expanded on it? And not to mention, did the Life Force get given its true name when during the battle scene? And what about Vibra as well? I just felt like that's already spoiled some of the mystery before, because the Sacha scene is meant to reveal the true names and the true elements, and that all of that time the Legion were been protecting these 4 primary forms of energy. That's the point of that scene. But I feel like maybe I don't know, like maybe it should have been later writing where it said that Tide Transjudo could Life Force from battle and just arrived in the battle in an abstract way with Vata saying he has like 4 forms of energy, which makes you think like, oh, it could be the elements, but it could be more. So yeah, that's a bit clunky from my perspective. So we get the gist of what's happening. So let's get going.
First time, Amiku tries to rush the situation, and as a result, one of the Sochas dies because a briefcase that was being placed in the vault breaks from the heated ground, and Ozona's power leaks and rips a Socha apart.
Yeah, so he's given himself almost like the best of both worlds. So it's almost like a good example of lightning and cubes, because he feels more powerful, therefore more space, and then that's where he can perform a bit more consistently, where he's on his own or with the team. So it's a good blend then, and some exploration with he's just kind of outlined that he's blending his lightning and cubes together. So I think that will be expanded on later on, but it's a starting sentence at least.
Even Slitherark tries to take the chance to tell one of Xiantha's allies via the communication spell.
I tell you what, I feel like the cockiness is always going to be a part of him until like book 4, because I think book 4 is where he learns not to be so obsessed with power. So I can see why that's been a trait that's been talked about for quite a lot. So if he's getting to know more about power, then I can see him being a bit overexcited about it.
That Ozona's powers are around. about to be placed within the vault.
Okay, here's the player exploration, and it's a bit unclear as stated here, but the storybook helps visualize it, but even then I should have done better.
Of the Sochus. This adds to the chances Ozona's power can be fetched in the future, but he is starting to get attacked by the
Not to mention, I feel like Zami getting his new capability, therefore adding to the lightning, but I feel like the upgraded lightning he got from his owner sometimes gets forgotten. It feels like it's the same lightning, which is also explained with well, if hearing about the Zami's power being lightning being more powerful and more multiplying, etc. Anyway, then yeah, I don't know. It just feels like a trade-off nearly, or like I said, just forgetting that the upgrade is even there. But if Zami's able to perform these feats easier anyway, then maybe that's an inference.
Legion's projectiles, delaying the chance of Slitherark telling Xyanthor.
Yeah, and yeah, some teamwork with Nicole, just like a sort of thing where Nicole, likes to high ground. It's almost like a continuation from the first scene, using high ground to aim at some foes. But I just hope she has enough cover, can't just be a high spot because she'll be shot off.
About something this important. The Sochus are not impressed with Amiku, and Nicole gives Amiku a good telling off, and she considers getting Amiku away from the team for behaving.
Oh, an entirely new gadget, that's cool. Although something that I've even done in the first animation I've done is that by Nicole and Zami shooting the laser and lightning together, it then creates a alternative laser, like a laser that can multiply. And in the animation I made sure how it not only stands out visually, but how it can be quite easy or tool, like a load of explosive lasers all at once, while still being auto aiming. That's how it can, how both can blend, which is quite a neat idea. And while shooting 3 beams at once could be kind of cool, but you'll need the position because what was that? Oh gosh, oh yeah, I think it was Infinite Warfare. That's that type of gun that can spray multiple bullets at once, but at least it's like straightforward. So maybe hopefully Nicole's beam was like that, where the lasers can be duplicated thanks to their gadget. But I just hope it's not 3 totally different directions, because yeah, that requires too much position. Requires everyone to be correctly placed, whether not hitting your friends but was hitting the foes correctly.
Like this.
But yeah, I feel like it needed more explanation. It's just 2 more lasers on top of the already laser. Could be firing from straight on. It would be nice to see what the gadget actually looks like.
This trouble starts to make the Sochus hostile, but Amiku demands.
Oh no, I think it was 2 separate of a laser. Oh no, it's not the best gadget idea. Never mind.
Another chance. And Nicole nearly solidifies her decision until Slitherark and most of his.
So despite being well, we already had some setup, and I guess this is like Torrid being reminded again, but just leading to like him having like a bit of a breaking point, like a sense of worry, even if it's unclear whether you look at it from Amiku or Torrid's side. I think it ties to what I've been explaining earlier too.
Army come about. And so the Legion mainly fights while some of the Sochus continue to play.
So yeah, not only is it more of extension of his abilities, but he's like even on his own, so he's like the more independent one. But with that lack of teamwork, you can see he's already like kind of distant, whether whatever side you look at, Amiku or Torrid once again.
It's the energy in the vault, giving them time. It's a tense battle. The Legion, Duo, and Sochus perform all sorts of to take down either Slitherark or the upgraded Stonos. As Slitherark tries to fight Pod and others,
That's like a minor joke, being like, oh, not literally, but I'm not too keen on this joke because it's in the middle of a somewhat serious battle. So yeah, I'm not too keen on that line, if it did make me laugh a bit. On the other hand, I have all sorts of tricks. Yeah. Similar to the wave, yep. So we already know what they're capable of, especially as a group. So it's not repeated information, but if it's like slightly reminded that way, that's where you're like, okay, yeah, I can see what they'll be doing, and yeah, they'll be effective.
Slitherark continues to try and perform the communication spell to try and tell Xyanthor about the fact that after seeing Forza still being transported into the safe, but continues to fail from the income.
So I guess that's like another way of trying to expand the theme as well, and seeing how the such as work, which is yeah, if that's how their approach works. And I think it would be nice to see how the older such as differ from the younger ones, but never mind, I suppose, they're all still teamwork in, and yeah, the lava balls were kind of, yeah, just helps once again add to the defense. Although here's the thing, the geography's a bit lost because unless it's like defenses to completely like hide the vault, but does that mean maybe there is like such as within the walls, but that should have been clarified in, and it's a free for all battle going all outside, because for a second I thought it was going to be like layers and layers upon walls, but I'm kind of losing track of the geography a bit, because I guess the rock's still far and the area's all the same with being rocky anyway. So yeah, I feel like, yeah, like I said, the geography is just like a minor flaw in this battle. Yeah, I don't quite know where anyone is. They could just be anywhere in the battle. I don't even know if any of them are close enough to the vault.
Coming fire and lack of cover. Regarding those who are fighting the upgraded Stonos, thanks to the advice of the Sochus, Zami can perform all sorts of moves when mixing his lightning and cube abilities, which enables him to become more independent while maintaining some team.
Roast them. Yeah, I don't mind that word, even if it's a bit informal. Nowadays, when they go, "Oh, he's got roasted," it just reminds me of that a bit. But yeah, I can see how that could be like a useful. Yeah, it's just like another ability they have, one that definitely works and connects, and gives them like a super advantage. So even if Slivrock's hard, feel like they could easily win. Well, it's quite soon in the story, because you could look at this as like part one of the climax, but obviously that's not the case.
Work. If anything, Zami starts to get a tiny bit too cocky as he has gained more power. Zami performs many tricks such as summoning cubes which all connect via lightning, enabling him to zap
Yeah, and how how the world is pretty much very samey, very rocky all over, etc. So I kind of like that. It's like the Sochas can completely reform the world, to no problem. It's like their own little playground. Yeah, even that could be cool in the read view, because if the Sochas like have their own volcanic area which they keep manipulating all the time, and how it could accidentally cause repercussions throughout the other planet, they could accidentally like form volcanoes across other parts of the world, and now that could be interesting, and now the Sochas could be accounted for it. Okay, that's an idea actually. So yeah, because I remember thinking, I wasn't like too keen on yeah, there's like those instances where the Sochas are on the smaller planet that's all volcanic and kind of barren. But I normally like volcanic areas, because look at the Mario levels, there's so much you can do with volcanic environments. So I'm hoping a lot of it's like that, even if it's too simplified here. But yeah, regardless, yeah, like to have an entire world you can like manipulate, and also like share it in that way as well. It is kind of cool. Like the only other example I can think of is the Titrons, with vegetation they manipulate. Although I don't think they well, actually no, I think there's times where the ground would be manipulated a lot, but once again the Sochas are probably most likely the more flexible planet, because I know that volcanoes and outwall can be destructive, and how they change the area and the land would like change presumably all the time, but at least the Sochas had that advantage by not worrying about any of the land. Even if the vault actually falls in, at least it'll be safe, and you can still go in the lava to help out.
Multiple upgraded Stonos. Zami even summons a simple cube for Nicole to gain some temporary high ground away from the
That's assuming Zami can like zap them in time, otherwise the Socha would just completely get planted against Zami, get knocked out potentially. But yeah, it's just showing that the Stonos and the Legion are working together in the variety of ways. So yeah, that's neat. And yeah, you can definitely tell that it's like Zami, Nicole, and Tora too, helping out against the armies, and whilst yeah, Pod, Basnos, and Arvin are going against Stivrock.
upgraded Stonos. This enables her to shoot at multiple upgraded Stonos.
I guess splitting the team that way means that, for instance, how would Amiku go against Stivrock, or how would Pod work against the Stonos, or how they could work with the Sochos as well. And so there is like missed opportunities like that, but sometimes when you have like a massive roster of characters having specific roles, like of course there's going to be missed opportunities like that. So that's why you have to like pick and choose carefully, what is like the best character decision, because not to mention earlier, I was just talking about, like if the Legion did have to split into two teams, 3 and 3, I already gone for like a really good mixture that can benefit all of the characters. Like for instance, even if they didn't get to know one another as much, for instance, or at least some time between one another, but the story potentially is still there. 'Cause sometimes he can still explore despite, not encountering the same obstacles or not being with the same characters. So there's always possibilities like that. So yeah, maybe there has been a tons of times where I talked about missed opportunities, but I feel like it's been said more so earlier because all of the team was still together at the time and there were still opportunities amongst them, in that way. So yeah, let's just get going.
Even Zami quickly summons a temporary gadget in front of Nicole's gun which enables her to shoot 3 beams at once, surprising her, but she liked that 3-way shot.
That is tense. I can see how Pod was getting defensive. Yeah, even Basnos as well. Yeah, despite some screen time, I can see how they would have bombed well enough to warrant such a reaction. But I wonder what Sliverock nearly did. I think that description is missing. Was it claws? Was it fire?
But as Zami shows off, this worries Amiku more to the point where he takes his anger against the upgraded Stonos, not cooperating with anyone.
And how did either Pod or Apasnos save Arvin? Like, which individual did they save them together? How did they do it? Did they counter Sliverock again? No, that's too vague.
Using his cubes to crush multiple upgraded Stonos, crushing them in many different ways, while also
oh yeah, so they're using the device to help out. So yeah, granted, it delayed the defenses being built up and maybe involved with the vault stuff, but delaying that. Actually, no, I think the vault had to take its time anyway, even if it did make no sense earlier. But as I explained, but at least what they're being taught now, they're trying to use that at their disposal, which is kind of cool.
Forming cubes to hit and push multiple Stonos at once too. The Sochus.
Yeah, even if it's nicely explained, is there going to be anything specific? Like, for instance, did Apasnos like jump in front, throw fireball whilst maintaining? Because maintaining, although the temporary invincibility can, probably defend itself against the fire already, but I feel like Apasnos should have done more. Like, for instance, he could have like grabbed onto Sliverock, gripped onto him and then intake like his energy that way, almost like getting rid of the energy perhaps. Does that make Apasnos a race that can intake and get rid of anyone's supernatural ability? Like, wow, like if that could be the situation, yeah. But not to mention there'd have to be a cost at such a powerful ability, like such as being worn out or maybe something you won't be able to do again for a while because it could cause like a massive strain.
On the other hand, have all sorts of tricks up their sleeves, despite not having any sleeves, similar tricks to when they were part of the elemental wave war.
Oh, okay. Absorbing the energy instead of trying to reflect it. Yeah, so all of that description's all up in the air. At least it's described how the temporary invincibility normally works, but like I said, a lot of this is too abstract again.
For instance, they throw lava balls everywhere, and this is the kind of race in which despite their teamwork are all strong on their own, performing other moves like swinging their staffs at the upgraded Stonos, making them get whacked.
Oh wow, did Arvin just manage to shoot in a straight line at a point where it gets rid of like all of Sliverock's nails? Like if Sliverock, suddenly had an open hand, that would have like chipped off one of the nails instead. Which Bob, I can imagine it being quite painful and maybe very like still a disadvantage. But yeah, this was also meant to be Arvin like charged herself up and then going ahead, which does pay off later, but it just sounds like high on life force energy. That just sounds like some, I don't know, just like Arvin's like having a moment.
Way far. Not to mention these Sochus can manipulate lava, making them rise or form lava rivers for the upgraded Stonos to fall into to roast them, making the lava a useful trap. After all, this is a flexible world. They can manipulate the lava in any way they like without.
A tad repetitive, but I feel like the character was needed. So what's happened is that Pod, formed, the second body, and then he, must have wrapped himself around Sliverock, just like turning, because if it was like shaped as Pod at first, then maybe it would have like shape shift into all of that, and then trapping Pod, Sliverock all inside. So, So yeah, and I feel like this was the kind of blow against Sliverock. Fire, ice, and water at once. You're being burnt, frozen, perhaps hit with solid ice, and they're drowning from water too. Yeah, that's like a lot. I'm surprised. Wait, hang on. Even Pod should have done that with Torrid and well, I guess he tried to Torrid, but no, he did try with Downfall too. Because if that's part of the what the super performer can do, like shape shift and to completely wrap your foes in abilities like that, then yeah, I think Pod did try, but I feel like I should have put a bit more emphasis. I also had another interesting idea for Pod, because if Pod ever goes in a darker direction as a character, I had this one idea where because as any body has heat and heating, cooling mechanisms, and not to mention a lot of our bodies are made of water. Like I remember, thinking, oh, what if Pod goes in a dark direction at a point where whenever whoever he touches and he like slowly manipulates all three quantities inside of someone's body, and oh my god, how messed up that would be. And even having to go against Sign 4, but he probably would do little considering how solid Sign 4 is. So I've thought of that kind of cool idea, and maybe it could be like one of those abilities that somebody would be like, no, that could be like going too far, let's not do that, and it could be a debate to whether to use it against Sign 4 or not. But I think the answer would be yes, but once again, Sign 4 could still be too tough. So I feel like I know that the animations could be seen as like kind of like but if I manage to tell that kind of story, briefly, then yeah, I think that could be like a really good exploration. Yeah, because I really like it when characters take like dark turns and take advantage of the power when nothing is making them reconcile. Because I tell you what's a good example. I recently rewatched Walters of Mars. That really cool Doctor Who episode. Yeah, because the way that the Doctor goes too far with what he's capable of. Yeah, it is so satisfied. And not to mention, for those who are interested, the Big Finish audiobooks. Apparently, there's a whole heap for the 10th Doctor, which takes place after the Water of Mars, and how he continues experimenting with the Time Lord Victorious, which I really want to listen to more of it. In fact, I think the only snippet I could find is that apparently there was one instance where he heard the eighth incarnation, but yeah, the 10th Doctor couldn't like speak. If anything, he was like, "Oh my gosh, you're going to encounter a whole heap, eventually." So yeah, looks like both Doctors shared the same time at one point. But yeah, like I said, it's just like I said, just really like that kind of concept with characters. Anyway, but it looks like what Pod's doing here. It's impressive other than Basnoshit, obviously, so great feat of power, and it's Rock's like the main boss, and maybe a lot of the army would have gone down already. I can see everyone else being impressed too. Yeah, this battle has pretty much gone very quickly, and yeah, rightfully so.
Causing any environmental problems, that is how barren the world is.
Well, I didn't see the damage towards Rock.
There have been a couple of cases where they helped the Legion, such as throwing up.
Oh, that wasn't the killing blow. Okay, I can see it being. Maybe Pod struggled to maintain it for a while, or maybe it was like a way to give Sliverock a massive disadvantage. But if he's fallen onto the ground, which means that he was probably airborne for a bit. I should have clarified that. Passon stabs his blade to Sliverock's legs. After resolving the Harvin involves both his mouth and clothes go for Sliverock's head. Bod drives his trident through Sliverock's chest, finishing him off. Okay, so he's been stabbed in multiple places. I feel like all of that was probably simultaneously. They'll probably got to look at each other and see him. He was like the closest to which part, and yeah, the Sliverock just he just killed that way. But yeah, I think he was already worn out thanks to what Pod did earlier. So yeah, that's a really good piece of teamwork. And yeah, this Sliverock is gone, and yeah, wow. Yeah, like I said, good teamwork.
Graded Stonos towards Zami for him to zap and summoning lava around.
It's almost like even if the jabbing with weapons and claws, etc. Even if it's like simple, but it's almost like representative about how three of them have the sharpest tools at their disposal, and they just managed to use it against one of their greatest foes. So yeah, it's just like that kind of showing off moment. It's almost as if it's almost similar to when you see other characters in media and how they like the ones that have like the certain abilities, they are like the ones that share a moment together, which I quite like that. It shows off unifying and power in some ways.
Nicole to give her fewer targets to fire at. And then, there is the main boss, Slitherark, who is fighting Pod, Opusnost, and Arvin all at once. Even in one case, Slitherark nearly killed Arvin. This makes Pod defensive, even Opusnost too.
Why is Nicole more independent though? At least everyone else is clarified, but not Nicole though. Like because although hers is I think she knows how to fight independently, but what she's learning is, like I said, it's just more about how she thinks of the Legion. Because even this time she doesn't ask any of the Sotras, "Oh, do you fancy joining the team?" Because I think she's aware that the Sotras need to look at the element and the team thus far, regardless of what's going to happen with Passos and MQ, it's almost at a really good state, even at a point where Xenoslivrock was just like that easy, and that required half of the Legion, now especially when the Legion being more updated in their abilities too. So yeah, I think that's what's going to go for. And yeah, we already know about the powers and the teamwork, and we can infer more experimentation was done. Yeah, because it reminds me, because when you like watch any fights and you think, oh, this character combination is so cool, like what else can they do? And because whilst it's in the films, as they should, they should explore all sorts of ways, and while they do certain things during fights, I think the story should do, like enough of that exploration. Because I feel like a fight scene could go too long if, like I said, well, not like I said, but if it becomes like the same moves over and over again almost, it's just knowing how to explore enough of their fighting abilities and explaining why someone wins or loses. I tell you what, a good example is, we'll just focus on the city fight in Godzilla vs Kong, the newer one, because even that's like a really because I thought that as like a well-paced fight scene because throughout you can see how one another has an advantage and they try all sorts of ways to counter one another, and they have very defined characteristics both Godzilla and Kong do. So yeah, because I think a lot the because the most basic thing they do is like beat each other up, but as you would see over time, they do use a lot of tools at their disposal to they vary the fight, and also exploration, and then it slowly climaxes into like the end of the fight. So yeah, I think that's like a really good example because you're almost like tempted to be like granted if you had a good amount of Godzilla vs King Kong, even some kind of variation when fighting the robotic Godzilla later on, so there's even more exploration there. But yeah, because I think some people are like, oh, I could like watch this forever, but at the same time, you could be like, you've already seen, very specific things they can do, and what they're like when they're, doing their casual beating up. But yeah, you just can't have it, be forever. So yeah, anyway, so that was like a tangent about fight scenes, wasn't it? Let's just go back to this, shall we?
Making Pod and Opusnost angry towards Slitherark more so, and so they work together with a clever approach while using their abilities with the help of the Sochus advice.
Oh, okay, so even more teamwork, and that's nice. And I think that's also like a moment where Nicole's like, "Oh well, I do thank you for defending me." So that's good at least. But like I said, what happened earlier is almost unforgivable.
Opusnost maintains his temporary invincibility at a point where he manages to intake any of Slitherark's fire-like abilities, absorbing the energy instead of trying to.
Um, yeah, it looks like I feel like Arvin should only. No, sorry. Amiku should have only, or Torrid. I feel like he should only like help Nicole because of how he wanted to go back in his good books, whether regardless of his fake intentions. But I feel like he shouldn't do anything towards Zami because I feel like he could have a grown dislike for Zami, which Zami could only like notice until it's like too late, or didn't really like notice because he was like so independent. But yeah, because it's almost like the start of a mini rivalry where Torrent and Zambi go at each other a couple of times during the final battle of Book 3, and um, but if I guess helping Zambi out, I guess it's like trust building and almost like a way for whether it's fake or not, like give Zami like a helping hand, like a bit of trust building, and to hide away the jealousy that Amiku probably has for Zami and his lightning. And I can see, if expanding on Amiku or Torrid's true jealousy, because Zami is blending cubes and lightning together. It's a very unusual combination. So I feel like I just like, could do with some kind of mixing now. It's a shame he's managed to do it too soon. But at the same time, Amiku, what have you been doing in the last 100 years? Because you didn't like wait for Pasnos and then go active then. Yeah, like he had a long time on his own, didn't he? Like, why didn't he manage to find ways? Unless maybe he actually needed like traits of other elements to then work off that way. Because I feel like it would be a massive stretch if you go like too deep into an element only to be like, oh, I can spot the other elements, as if there's like a core between all of them. Like I know they will connect in some way, but I feel like that's not too much of a stretch.
Reflect, which is tricky to do after his temporary invincibility, normally helps reduce hard physical hits towards him.
So another cool combination. Yeah, there's quite a lot of exploration, because even in fights like these, because it doesn't exactly have start, middle, and end. It's like more of a scramble, but it's a fully explored scramble with what abilities were done. If anything, the only through line was how Sivrok was fighting the others, and whilst there wasn't a whole peep, even with some of the abstract parts, it was like more specific on the details. So it would have been nice to see how they did counter one another, but regardless, it's still like the way and how detailed it was when Sivrok, slowly losed.
But it does help him continue within the fight. Arvin charges towards Slytherak while high on life force energy, which he aims towards Slythrok's claw-like hand.
If anything, it would just be like a mixture of lava and lightning, to which, what combination that sounds. Unless Zami's, lightning, energizes the lava more, so like that could be possible. That could be kind of cool. Could have been slightly explained more.
Breaking the sharp long nails off them, and Pod attempts what he has learnt from the Sochus too. And so after getting hit back hard by Slytherak, Pod attempts to form a body
where he's at despite her doubts. Oh, I see. Keep Amiku despite keep Amiku where he's at despite her doubts. Okay, so she's like try to keep an open mind that he won't do it again. But I think it should be addressed about how Amiku's significantly older, so Nicole should have been like, should have known better. But yeah, regardless, I can see an attempt of a through line
around him, made up of fire, ice and water, and uses it to power against Slytherak, trapping Slytherak within fire, ice and water.
I really don't think losing this Sucher is that understated. I feel like the Sucher should still have like a massive grudge against, Amiku at least. Making him feel left out further, which could have had more setup, or at least not too fond of the Legion, which probably could be representative of how the Suchers suddenly go on their own when the start of Book 5, where they get invaded, as if only they were more communicative with the Legion. Even if the Legion split off, they could have still tried to call for help. Maybe they tried to fight on their own, but didn't win for obvious reasons.
For a long time, adding to the damage, impressing Arvin and Opusnost. And with Slytherak slamming towards the ground, Opusnost jabs his blades around Slytherak's legs. Afterwards, Arvin evolves both his mouth and claws to go for Slytherak's head and Pod.
So not only I watched a video recently where someone was in complete disbelief, and then he was like, "Do you know what I say to that?" And he plays that Mr. Potato clip where he goes, "You are a liar." I just feel like playing that because I know that this novel probably would take 2 hours at this point, but I don't think any of that was in real time. Like, well, granted, even the story of the flashback could have been stated in far less detail from Amiku, despite what the novel says, even though it should be said from Amiku's perspective, making it shorter, but never mind. But yeah, just even the light speed would be kind of lengthy. We don't know how long the Hash to the visit was, or how long they spent time at the Sochers planet. So yeah, not only does it not make sense that it's been 2 hours after all of that, but by saying, oh, they still got time, it's fine. I feel like maybe what they should have done is that whilst they're getting ready and checking everything, and perhaps even finding a proper destination for the storm, that's where it's like being prepared. Whilst as such as like it's important for you to know this, to know that the full story. And yeah, because it is like important to clarify these things, because it's what Timefall's truly after, 4 many types of energy, and once you know what they are, it's just knowing how to defend them all and correctly. Um, but not to mention, did oh my gosh, yeah, I feel like did the storm get found out because of the Green Ape DPS technology from earlier? I think it just brings up the point of, why didn't they go to the storm first to shut it down? Because that would be more important to stop before Slivrock. So I've already discussed how there was problems. So yeah, it's just a bit undermined by saying, oh yeah, they got time, it's fine. It just kind of messes with the pacing a bit. I know it's like a calm before the storm, no pun intended, but yeah, it could be like weirdly paced. And let's just hope that the Sochers were efficient in their descriptions. Anyway.
Drives his trident through Slitherock's chest, finishing him off. The rest of the fight starts to round.
So that's also implying that the storm could be done quickly, to which, yeah, I suppose it's like hoping an open mind, but I don't think they know that. Like, it could take a lot of power and time to shut it down. So, once again, it's just undermining all of that future tension in order for this scene to have the space it needs.
Round up as Zami, Nicole, the Sochus and Amiku, despite being more independent fighters, work as a team to finish off the remaining upgraded Stonos around the planet.
That's the definition of repeated information. All of that was clarified and it was justified.
Amiku defends Nicole by placing cubes around her, so...
Well, I could have just simply write that. Maybe I should have written it more briefer by being like, now Slivrock's gone, Forza is safe, nobody knows where it's at because the communication spell never made it. There you go, one sentence that clarifies a lot without repeating information.
That no attacks from the upgraded Stonos come to Nicole, making Nicole more...
I wonder what was going to happen to the body, but yeah, there's no need to keep it. And it's not like the Legion are after body to experiment on. Like, that's more of a general thing, like a curious thing. Because us humans always want to work out more about science, so I felt like that aspect should have been expanded like way more. I know there's Nicho stuff, but even then they have a load of Socha bodies, even as owners perhaps. But yeah, it's good to get rid of Slivrox that way. It's almost like hiding the evidence, and I think all of the Stoners are probably thrown in there as well. Yeah, the Stoner, the rip-off ones, as we could call them. Anyway, once again, it's stating the Forza name before, like even if it was stated earlier, it should have been either clarified then or the name should have been saved, just a tad later in this chapter.
Forgiving towards Amiku. Amiku even provides platforms of Zami.
Oh, okay, and then truck it in the lava too. I guess the Sochers could have like kept the ship, but I don't know, like they have an element to protect. So yeah, I don't think there would be the kind who would leave. Like, it's almost like like we could definitely infer that they would need to stay. Yeah, they have no need to keep a ship.
So that Zami can fire lightning below, finishing off the whole fight. With the Sochus even using Zamis lightning to redirect.
I hope I made the 4 types of energy more abstract. I think the main problem was just revealing Force's true name too early ahead. So yeah, and maybe it could have been set up about what did Vati use to reform the universe, but I still like that we're going to finally get that answer. So yeah, time for another history lesson. How exciting! This is so educational. As a reference to a video I watched. If you're curious, the video of how Star Wars was saved in the edit. Someone did a very detailed response video. And yeah, that's what the guy says, and the responder says in a sarcastic tone. Yeah, that guy's only done like 3 videos because he's only done that plus a 2-parter where he's clarifying all sorts of how the sequels are made. Actually going through tons and tons of articles. So he's almost like one of the best researchers I've come across in recent years. I really like how he goes into his research. I feel like we all should be a bit more like him. He's like an inspiration. It just makes you wonder what other videos he can make, but if he only wants to make these two to explore actual truths based on information and evidence, then yeah. Anyway, come on, let's continue with this.
Direct it towards the rest of the upgraded Stonos. Even the lava blobs that are thrown around by the Sochus have lightning.
When was her motor stated? It might have. Oh, it's because of so maybe. Hopefully I intended to make her motor the only named element in the flashback. There was yet another form of energy that was being looked after, defended, but instead that got taken, and hopefully it was clarified that it was part of a bigger energy. Well, because of the amulet and that. Yeah, because did the amulet get explained that it was absorbing 4 types of energy? So I think that's the way it went. Because yeah, still not to mention, imagine if some people are like, okay, so if that's like one piece of form of energy to create a collective, what could the others be? And because I think at this point you could infer that the 2 others that were introduced, that's where you're like, oh yeah, it'll most likely be those 2, because we've had a lot of emphasis on, because in the worst written story, the life force and the Ozona's power could just be a means to an end, and her motor turned out to be tied with, I guess, Pod's tried it later, but then other forms of energy yet to encounter, which yeah, like I said, that would be really bad. But yeah, I really like the elements being explored quite thoroughly before this, because I also not keen on stories where when they go like, oh, there's this type of energy that you've just suddenly been introduced to, instead of having some familiarity, because that's what early Marvel did well, because the Avengers and even Guardians, they've had the experiences with some of the stones, and then when it gets very clarified, that's really like, okay, we've had some information emphasis on the power and that, and how they interacted with it before. So yeah, that's like a good thing to do, yeah, writing wise. Anyway,
within them, added by Zami, to
power and Pod's Trident. Whoa, hang on, that's a bit of a drop of information too. Like I know it's like listing all 4 of them to be like, oh, they're collective all this time, but I feel like maybe because saying that Valis recognizes the power and the Tengas recognize the power, and then the Sochas recognizing the power, I don't like that's like some setup, but I don't think that's no, that should have been they clarify later on, where it's like, there's these 4 types of energy, and then the Legion could be like, well, I've heard about one of them, in a flashback, 2 we've encountered, but what about the 4th one? And the Sochas are like, well, we believe, it's in Pod's Trident, so it should have been written like that instead of dropping the ball immediately, because that could just like result in all sorts, because they've had 3 forms of energy all this time that they managed to contain, and one of them being able to be used.
make them more powerful.
That also reminds me, because Pod already having like the abilities of one of the elements, so I guess that's them already having an advantage with one of the elements, therefore overtaking out multiple obstacles. So yeah, I think that's something at least compared to what I said earlier. But even then, imagine if they did experiment with some of the elements more so. Although, who would it go to? Yeah, Zemi would have Forza, Pod already has Vibra. Maybe Dion could have a motor. I could see that being cool, because he's quite, based on materials. And the Titrans could have the Life Force. I could see that being a good combination. Or maybe have Apostle have it. Maybe have Herewolf have it. A bit too many choices. Or maybe, no, can't really split them too. That'd be too complicated. Anyway.
Unable to take down entire groups. As the fight ends,
Yeah, that's another thing as well, because I normally dislike it where it's a bit of a trope where they say, "Oh, this is the hardest, most powerful meta level," or this is like the most powerful thing ever, and it is like a bit cliched on the nose, but as long as it's stuck to, because even though I've explained, there's many types of material, and Nitro is already always the hardest one, but that's going to get fixed by making that metal illegal, after book 5, in the universe's own law. Pretty much. Yeah, we can, and it's explained thoroughly why that's the most powerful, whilst not going like too far almost. But yeah, with the elements now stated as the most powerful form of energy, even those will get thoroughly explored and discussed as well. Because sometimes stories do a thing where they say, oh, actually, this is a form of energy. This too is like the most powerful, and it's just like over complicates a universe's law. So you won't see me fall into that trap. I'll definitely will explore, coming from this scene. If it's most powerful, then we're talking about a whole heap of exploring we can do.
Nicole also sees that Amiku tried his best and so decides to keep Amiku where he's at despite her doubts. Before the Legion leaves, they do add to the rest of the defenses.
Inspired by them. So the Legion coming back is almost like a loop that's come back. So yeah, that's probably another subtle way for why Cypher has that grudge against them. Even it could have been outlined a bit more, but it's also explained how the elements used to be living beings. So even that is like could even be further clarified in book 5, where the living Komodo got away. But was Promotus still alive and then got converted and then taken to Timefall, or did Timefall did the converting once Orpheus managed to get hold of every tight element and take him off Zemion's battlefield? That too should have been clarified. But at least we know that the elements used to be living beings before, but now they're relegated to energy with some, with some intelligence still there.
But the Sochus not only thank the Legion for defending them, this also means some forgiveness after earlier. But before the Legion goes, they would like to share a piece.
Yeah, we can definitely prefer that with a whole heap of bits and bobs, especially when Arvin and the Bastos were comparing, and when Arvin had his connection to the Life Force in the first book. And I guess Sammy as well, how the lightning, although that means, wait, hang on, that means, well, of course it would be more powerful because it's more saturated, because Ozona had the element itself, and Sammy just had the more average type of lightning, even if it does come from the elements. But I really like that aspect of my universe, because every ability can just infer that it comes from the elements one way or another. It's not just abilities for ability's sake. There's a reason why it has them and how it's like all connected. It's like how the nature like works in this universe. It's really cool. I like that idea of mine.
Of information with the
Anyway, about to explain how all of these elements go by, and I think in the reboot, I think it will be described which specific ability is in which element, but regardless, at least this shows like what each element is like in a nutshell.
Legion, considering how important the kind of energy is. It has been 2 hours since the storm was mentioned to the Legion, so they still have nearly a day's worth of hours left before they get to the storm. The storm they only need to shut down and counter any attacks depending on what kind of storm it is. Before Slytherock died, he was hoping to share the information that the Sochus have Ozona's power, but he couldn't get his communication to spell up to contact Xyanthor, making Forza remain a mystery. And now he has gone, his body is thrown into the Sochus lava, getting rid of any trace of him, even getting rid of the ship by dismantling it. What is this piece of information?
So yeah, that's pretty much every element in a nutshell and how they really stand out. And granted, some have had way more description than others, but at least we still tell the difference. But does that mean, was I thinking at the time that Torrid essentially had the element in a nutshell, despite, like I said, missing rocks, goo, sand, etc.? Not that I'm making sand an ability anymore, because I've already kind of got telekinesis with that, because it was too similar to other abilities. But her motor would definitely be a bit more abstract in itself, and like I said, Q's been a bit more part of it. So yeah, I've been confusing myself numerous times. But the good thing is that at least when you look back, that's where you're like, oh yeah, so the Life Force does this, that makes sense, and oh yeah, Ozona did have those qualities of those powers. So yeah, so it is like looking back with more answers. So you're like, oh okay, that's actually rather cool. But anyway.
What made the ultimate form of energy that Vata absorbed 100 years ago? Well,
yeah, we kind of that, and the pod's at least sensible with it, and we can see what the other bad guys are going after it. It gives them a significant advantage. And yeah, so it's not just possessing a lot of power. It's pretty much messing with those who've helped originate the universe, and yeah, of course the energy is going to hurt you because it's like rejecting the user. And I feel like Xanthar has a lot of willpower. I feel like the machine probably converts them more so into forms of energy, so that the projection from the elements is less present, or at least hardly present. So yeah. Oh gosh. So I'm still recording, so I just go to what's this? Tip of menus. Yeah, sorry again. Yeah, sorry, just distracted by all sorts of updates. Anyway, so I think I already explained, how and why possessing the elements is unwise. Because yeah, having your given ability, depending what race you are, is one thing, but yeah, and I say imagine like a story of a type of alien who was unhappy with his abilities and therefore wants to have like a whole different set of abilities, like Jonas of other alien races. I think that too could be a good story. Could make a Legion member out of that. I guess we'll see.
It turns out that the life force, Ozona's power, her motor, and the power in Pod's trident are the eternal elements.
Yeah, because even what he did, Sliverrock was OP, but Sliverrock was a threat. So yeah, and yeah, when Pod doesn't seem to strike as like the the power hungry type, but at the same time, like the Titrans had with Pod, did the Sotras not have a reaction being like, oh, you like your Morphon, you seem different, and they might have recognised him if the Sotras have been attacked by the Morphils before. And not to mention, it was loosely clarified in the storybook what that alien race then went, and so was the planet. So when Pod, did finally break out and made himself free from Mechador, I wonder which battle and planet that was. Hopefully Book 4 might answer that, but if not, then that's a shame.
These are the most powerful forms of energy in the universe, and these are what make up.
And yeah, I've already explored. I think this I've explained earlier. Just with such as being glad that none of them are possessive of the elements, even Pod, despite literally having one. Which I feel like even. Oh my gosh! If Amiki was already wanted to explore with the elements themselves, and he should be ripping the trident away from Pod. Oh yeah, and then Pod would have to like try and retrieve it like as they come to the battle later on. That's a missed opportunity. I think he should have done that if because it's playing right in front of him. And but yeah, like I said, I've already explained some other bits and bobs about this sentence.
Most of the universe. Each element not only has its proper name, but they embody various aspects of the universe and even used to be living beings that guide.
Oh yeah, I kind of like that sentence as well, because we already get the gist and a couple of examples about how the elements intertwine in various ways. So it's like matching with the real world almost.
Guarded the universe before new races started to get inspired by them, and before the elements were
Tad repeated, but if it's going on from there, then fair enough. But we pretty much got the full picture.
converted into forms of energy. Not to mention every ability that all races have comes from the elements to some degree. The life force, also known as Livinga, is what generated every life form, plant and spirit. Also,
Bit of a lengthy sentence, but at least all of that is clarified. And yeah, it looks like only Zone4 can possess the elements significantly. All of them without too much damage. Even Dion managed to use all 4 of them to achieve a goal, only to completely shut down. And not even Abe Star could revive him. So yeah, so it's just like stakes clarified. Everyone else has been absorbing one element, but once I've has a lot of them, that's going to be extremely tricky. And yeah, that reminds me as well, because I've recently constantly thought, what kind of other element combinations could Zone4 do if he possesses all 4 of them, and also good views like stated in this very book 5 and even a couple of instances in book 4. The storybooks. But yeah, it's just like a whole heap of other possibilities are mixing. Because you remember in Infinity War, there was times where Thanos blended the stones like together. I would have really liked to see like even more of it, because I feel like Endgame was like a missed opportunity with how else the stones could have been blended together. Although I guess you have to be like more selective, because imagine if you put reality and time together. I feel like that would be really trippy.
also tied to healing, evolution, and growth. Ozona's power is called Forza. It mainly possesses air-like qualities like wind, air, weather, tornadoes.
I feel like both are coming from Living Gore, like specifically those two, but we can imagine what other possibilities there are. And so yeah, even that's clarified in book 5, where the elements are kind of limited, but once he has like the full power, well, seemingly, then he could be being able to do anything and everything basically. So yeah, it's the only time everyone is anyone that's like invincible to this degree. Even Apollo, who's a character who has the ability for all 4 elements, even his abilities are kept at a cap at a point where he literally can't do everything and anything. But yeah, not to mention, Zone4 having all 4 elements, it's kind of reminiscent of because there was one singular entity who first came to the universe who was the most powerful being, because he was part of the universe forming in the first place after all. So Zone 4 is almost like trying to reach that status. And whilst that could have been clarified, but I feel like that character I made up later because at the time it was just the four elements being, um, being around. But yeah, I feel like the one who was a combination of all, like everything. Yeah, and so I want to be like, I want to be, just like him, the next overseer of the universe because he went for reasons not explained. But yeah, like I said, yeah, it could have been expanded upon, and yeah, his culture could have been, like defined by, the being the next overseers in the universe. And if Signfall literally has that power, then he becomes like the next universe overseer, basically. Anyway.
Lightning, gravity, and even force fields, and extra control of air can result in telekinesis. Her motor is the cube element.
So unless it's like whilst the Suchers see that the Legion are already like wise with the forms of energy, especially because I think Pod, in book one, etc., is told to be careful, and thankfully they're all careful with their Zona's power. I feel like it's a unspoken rule, and but yeah, so they're already like nice and sensible, which is good because you do need to be sensible, especially when it comes to like especially Nicole, coming from the military, you have to be wise with any type of power really. But not to mention, I feel like imagine like another version of this story where I've already talked about what if the Legion were a far more informal team and then just encounter these other type of power would be like really excited for most of them except for like Nicole and Pod. Like granted that would be half the team at the time, but even they could have like other ideas being like, oh that could be like really exciting. These forms of energy could really help us. And then if they then gets clarified by the Sotras being like, oh actually there's far more to it than just being forms of energy. These are what form the universe, and they do not like being possessed, even despite the conversion from being real beings into forms of energy, like just that. And then that's where the Legion of Realization. I feel like that could be more powerful, but like I said already, like how sensible everyone's starting to get now they understand some of the situation. They've only just been given more of an understanding and a bit more of a goal as well, because instead of chasing after energy sources and maybe what could have happened is that the Legion could have been criticised, for nearly losing the forms of energy when they've been trying to go around saving crime, when they primarily should be after their forms of energy. Oh yeah, because in book 4, do they? Oh yeah, because they all leave to take down Mechajaw initially, wasn't it? In the hopes of finding Pod, or hopes they help him out. I guess we'll see how book 4 is clarified in that manner. But um, so yeah, it just sounds like a very good clarification, because if it's just 4 elements, then like okay, we know to keep them away from Zion 4 whilst finding a way to take him down.
Element which was stated earlier, not only every type of material but even technology.
Oh yeah, because they know where the because if the three elements are fine, then it's just knowing where her motor is, and even if it's kept safe for a while, it's how to try and find it first. But it is, but I think they know to prioritize the storm first, yeah, because that's already getting enough delays.
Finally, Pod has Viber, embodying fire, ice, and water.
So once they come across before leaving, the such as Nicole has a. Oh yeah, this is where she's thinking, I should add such as, but no.
Even being able to mix them, part of every trait.
So yeah, she's only asking for one, which could be a cool idea. Could even be a cool what if scenario, but yeah, she sees how capable the team is. But I guess Nicole should have had like more moments with the Legion, like, oh, maybe we could do with more members because we can't seem to like solve everything, only to be convinced of otherwise, especially with the feats they've performed so far. So they could have had, she could have had like a moment like that, or even a fight scene more emphasizing of that. But at least the arc's still there-ish.
Of temperature. While the Sochis do explain that while we do share element abilities, possessing the elements themselves is often unwise. After seeing Pod in action,
I think that I think she's like listened to some of Torrid's philosophy by being like, oh, don't want to keep, have like too much thoughts because having more any races could complicate things. So I feel like that's carrying that over, um, but yeah, if she's but yeah, it looks like she's had a sense of relief where she's like, oh yeah, but there's Titans and the Sotras too, but both of them are protecting. So they're like extensions of the Legion almost, like they're protecting very important things after all.
He seems to use his power wisely, making the Sochus warm up to the Legion more, considering that the Legion hasn't become tempted to keep the elements too.
Yeah, I can imagine Abasnos being a bit of a joker and already like noticing the pattern, despite only happening once. Although I feel like if Abasnos is worse this at Nicole being like, oh, and everyone wants to join, and then then chat about it a bit more on the ship, I reckon Abasnos is like, you're very keen on that idea, aren't you? Well, most that could have been clarified. At least Abasnos is trying to be lively, and Nicole's like, no, you know what, I'm happy with the team as it is. And last sentence.
Not only that, but every element can be mixed in various ways, just like in the
Yeah, because you're going to need every Sochi you need, and even if all of them are around, and maybe, oh, well, maybe whether it's Torres or next door's attacks, I reckon they've already lost some numbers, and so it just goes to show that even a significant dip in their population was, still, yeah, of course, it was not enough against Signfor and the Goons. Anyway, that's a really lengthy part, wasn't it? Once again, I think it's just because I'm blurring about other things as well, which I guess it's like good to clarify, but I can't keep going into almost irrelevant rants every now and again. Right, yeah, just move on, shall we? So yeah, now Dion's about to meet Zionthor. And I say also, I think before we play, so I remember Iron4 had one more goon in there, pretty much. He was a Severnoi, which is pretty much like a jellyfish creature, like made up of jellyfish, because as they're made out of like squidgy stuff alongside the tentacles. It was going to be like that was a full body. And also I did create a neat 8-bit version of that race, but not only did I lose interest, but yeah, I think I just really struggled how to carry that race forward. I could still implement it because like a more humanoid jellyfish could still be kind of cool of a concept, but yeah, like I said, just struggling how to get how to make that forward. And it does have in this Savonoi, it does have a couple of interesting abilities up its sleeve, and as it tries to help Zionfall, but even Dion got rid of him, which well, I suppose he was getting in the way, and Zionfall did need to go down, so yeah, Dion did need anything slowing him down. So I think Dion should have had a realization where he's like, it was a bit of a shame how to get rid of yet another goon, because for all we know, he's probably taking multiple lives and probably feeling bad about it, but it's probably like the best way, because it's like part of the price to get peace, which yeah, should have been elaborated more. It's as if Dion probably is probably the only one with a license to kill almost.
Tilda Chapter 42, Dion vs Zionthor. Down at the Deepar Fortress.
I think what I also like about this scene as well, because sometimes it's like unwise to have like the final boss like show up early, but I think there can be like cases where they can just have like a fight in between, it keeps them both active, and it's almost like a way to have a go, especially if there's plot reasons going in that direction, and then just seeing if there's a chance. But obviously Dion doesn't, because not only did he have to go because of the Legion getting in trouble, and I'm surprised he managed to sense that, considering it's under space where a lot of signals would be like really hard to capture. But maybe Dion did leave anyway because of how tricky Zionfall was, like too tricky on his own. So there's that too, and but yeah, like I said, it's just like yeah, it's like reigniting their rivalry too, which is another thing, considering 100 years ago. So that's another purpose for the flashback. So yeah, I also really like how useful the flashback is. It's not just the flashback because just to simply explain some lore. Like it was in that detail because it helps with the stakes, helps with establish more Torrid, explores a load of important alien races. Is part of Dion's origin. Like, it managed to achieve a lot.
Zionthor hears the news about Slitherark dying. He does.
I wonder how he's able to communicate despite being in underspace, unless it just the communication can only go that way. Maybe the communication spell does get hindered by it, but it's just like normal technology, like scanning technology, that can't see Zionfall through that way. Is that the case?
Doesn't get a response from him via the communication spell, and also sees what Slitherark had done for Zionthor, such as supplying the armies.
Did I also explain what happens if you try and call someone who's not alive with the communication spell? Like, did it like jam or something, as explained in book 2? I am forgetting these things already. That's the thing with like a fictional universe. There's so much to keep track of, but that's why I'm keeping a lid on. Because just imagine, because when George Lucas was expanding his Star Wars era, it wasn't just him with the ideas. You had the likes of Dave Filoni being like, there's Ahsoka, that was part of Anakin's history. So it was at least like multiple minds, that provided input in the universe and also trying to keep track of it. Oh gosh, yeah, that must be exhausting, but I think exciting too because you're adding more to it, and if you know how to keep track and how to explore it. Anyway, so here's the news. Wait, how did he hear the news? Did someone else tell him? It should have been the communication spell acting up. That should be enough to convey that Slivrock's no longer around. For him fight the communication spell, and also sees that Slivrock had done. And also sees what Slivrock had done for Zionfall, such as supplying the armies. Did that mean that most of Slivrock's input is like completely gone, or Zionfall is still happy that is it like clarification that his forces are still out there even though he's gone? I think that's what he's probably trying to infer.
Thanks to the goons keeping track, it turns out that Slitherark only has the rest of his upgraded Stonos left, making...
Oh, okay, so I feel like that's one extension of the previous sentence. So it's a bit vague then. Thanks to the goons keeping track. But what other goons? Is it Ekron, etc., being all out of the battle? Well, they're not here in the fortress. It was just one Zavanoy. So I think that's who they will be thrown to. Yeah, because it was a bit confusing, but I think you can infer if if the others made it. But it looks like they come back to the fortress. Afnan and Heshtu, and now they're all off again. Presumably looking for Promoter because it's the only mystery one. But why not go for, I don't know, try the Titan planet again and get the life falls that way? They could have a chance, but even then, yeah. And oh yeah, did I talk about in one of my order animations, there was an idea that after the end of book 2, Zion 4 loses like all of his main goons, probably except Mollog, and yeah, I could still see that working because it's still Zion 4 losing his goons at the end of the day, and it's just, and there's already a lower number of threats anyway. So yeah, because I remember when adapting the the novels or storybooks, there's a lot of things like cut out to simplify them, but still go for the payoffs and that. Thanks to goons, track turns out Silverrock only has the rest of Stoners left, making choices limited. Yeah.
Making choices limited, making Zionthor wonder what to do if his forces are at their smallest. Zionthor is all alone, knowing that his best goon...
But there's a Zavanoy, unless he just suddenly came about, unless he was like alone in his room. Yeah, but yeah, regardless, yeah, you can imagine like the pressures I was having, where he's like, oh no, I'm really like going low on options, because even when it goes to Mechador, it's almost like reluctant, as if Mechador is like doing independent for his own good almost. But I feel like Mechador should have had like more of a leash. If Zionfall's like, he will do what I say, like you can see that dynamic like when book 4 comes about. But even then, Mechador should have been more involved because he knows where he's at the moment. Yeah, and maybe Zionfall would have gone for Mechador earlier, but not only does Dion get in the way, but soon after Cube Storm is happening, I feel like the Cube's much to reach on space somehow. Despite the number of activity, I reckon these cubes are quite strong. Although how would the cubes know to go down there? Would it be like sensing life forms perhaps? I really don't know, because maybe Torrid could like sense, I don't know, multiple planet cores if you can like sense anything solid and the type of solidity it has. But I guess the fortress is solid too, I suppose. But yeah, that's just more headcanon. Apologies.
Are still around out there. But he is then ambushed by Dion.
Still around out there. That's a bit of a lengthy sentence again, but at least it's clarified.
Who is trying to fight Zionthor head-on, using his speed, strength, and weapons against Zionthor. They sadly do little against Zionthor, no thanks to the armor he wears, not to mention the top physique he possesses. This is a
so there should have been a comma in the sentence somewhere, but at least yeah, you can imagine, Dion, firing at him, and if him being strong, we're talking about pushing, punching, throwing. Yeah, I think that's where speed and strength would describe. Even that, I should have like written those words more specifically. And but yeah, so yeah, Zone 4 is quite tricky. Part of me feel like Zone 4 should have the armor off if he's already like top physique, but I think he did need to defend like his body from anything significant. If he wants to use elements at top condition, which book 4 even expands on that when he does get the nastiest burn ever, an elemental one, mind you. So yeah, let's see how the rest of this fight goes.
Fight that does go on for quite some time, during all the next shenanigans to which the Legion go through. As Diane and Zion
Good to clarify, even if it is a bit on the nose. What's it saying? Oh yeah, so yeah, this sentence. Yeah, so I think I like this line is also okay, to explain that. I like the word shenanigans, yes. Yeah, I quite
Tilda
love to
chapter
consider what they go
42,
through later.
Diane
So,
versus
but
Zionthor.
yeah, with the mention
Down
of
at the
that, so it
Deepar
makes you wonder, oh,
fortress,
what would the Legion
Zionthor hears
encounter?
the
But it's
news
also
about
good to
Slitherock
clarify
dying.
that just
He doesn't get a
regardless of what the
response from
Legion's
him
been
via the
doing,
communication spell
this
and
has been
also
happening
sees
all
what
this time.
Slitherock had
So
done for Zionthor, such as
it could be
supplying the
written more
armies.
subtly, but still like
Thanks to the goons keeping
clarification.
track, it
Or
turns
they
out that
just,
Slitherock only
although
has the rest
it
of
could
his
just been as
upgraded
simple
Stonos
as,
left,
well, just
making
actually
choices
don't write
limited,
it in, and
making
as we come back
Zionthor
to
wonder
them,
what to do
that
if
we
his
can
forces
infer
are
that
at their
they've been
smallest.
at it
Zionthor
all
is
this
all
time.
alone, knowing that his
Sorry,
best goons are still around out there. But
just
he is
quickly
then
go
ambushed by
through.
Diane, who is trying to fight
Um,
Zionthor head-on, using his speed, strength, and
yeah,
weapons against
yeah, got it.
Zionthor. They sadly do little against Zionthor, no thanks to the armor he wears, not to mention the top physique he possesses. This is a fight that does go on for quite some time, during all the next shenanigans to which the Legion go through. As Diane and Zionthor
Oh yeah, so the whole thing about speed and strength is further explained here with what he uses against Seinfeld.
fight, while Diane has more abilities, Zionthor is still hard to fight regardless. Diane does everything from pushing
Yeah, I think I think explaining fighting in that manner is like quite good because when you're writing fight scenes, you're not legitimately expected to write everything, such as, oh, he throws left hook for then throws a right hook, and then Dion has a go with a crescent kick. You don't have to explain literally everything. Because even in movies, even it's either storyboarded for animation or it's choreographed. Choreographed? No, but choreography is then performed, for the fight scene, in a live action film. So yeah, that's where scripts and novels, etc. They don't have to go in that much detail, but if you get that kind of idea, that's you're like, oh, okay, so it can almost have a picture itself.
Zionthor into walls hard while using his flight as a boost alongside being able to perform punches and kicks quickly.
Oh, he can't breathe in space. I feel like that means Dion should have, I don't know, shot Zion for up in space in the fifth book, but at the same time, if Zion for even with the amulet gone, that means no adaptation to space. Zion 4 would have worked it out, for using the elemental power within him. So yeah, maybe Don would have to like try even harder, like I don't know, like zoom Zion 4 into like the closest sun, perhaps. Yeah. I guess it's like good to clarify, but at the same time, during like other fights, I don't think there was much opportunity to get zoom Zion 4 up in space because I feel like only Dion can do that. Yeah, because no one else flies. Yeah, even not even Zami's spaceship will work.
Plus firing at Zionthor at every opportunity, even when Diane is hitting Zionthor up close. Diane at times also
Oh, okay, so despite what I've said, there's reasonable reasons, there's even more justification here as well. So yeah, so the force field at least explains. So that must have been implied. Was that like a Forza thing, or did they manage to create like their own thick atmosphere whenever the fortress goes up to the planet? But also, that's a bit oddly convenient as well, because why was there even a evacuation feature just for the fortress to go up from the Orivon planet during the elemental wave? I feel like that's yeah, oddly convenient. Why not have other houses to go away as well. Like, not to mention, was the fortress big enough to help manage? Was it designed to lift the entirety of the population of that world? I don't know. That should have been clarified too. And also, yeah, it's interesting how I called Signfall's planet Orivon, because Ori is means beginning, short for origin. But I guess you can interpret it as Signfall's race sees themselves as like the true planet originators. So I think that's what it's going for. Not to mention, is there something else? Hang on, let's just check through something. But also, yeah, it's just those kind of things are a bit weird because it just reminds me, like I said, it's just like a weird story convenience when it's actually knowing why that function is even there in the first place.
Tries to pull Xionthor out of the building into space as Dian can cope with space but not Xionthor. But doing this is also...
So yeah, it's just expanding more of how dangerous under space is. Because the cosmic activity was already mentioned, and we've got slight examples. So yeah, at least the force field is good to make the fortress adapted to space. But like I said, I don't quite know why the evacuation thing is there in the first place. It's like Buckingham Palace having like the ability to shoot from the planet. You just like, what are you leaving the rest down there? How many more people could it fit? It's just you just have like the biggest bunker ever, like from the ground, and have everyone go down there. I feel like that's the best thing to go for.
So hard because not only are the walls hard to break through, but there is an invisible force field around the fortress. Not only protecting the fortress from space, but also the variety of cosmic activity out there like solar flares.
I feel like there's a small contradiction because they're like, oh, no more Xionthor goons are around, Slivrock's gone, his force still out there, the main goons are still there, but oh wait, there's one more down at the fortress. So this creates that sense of, wait, hang on, so is that it then? Is that definitely like the only non-important goon that's around? So yeah, it's kind of like a betrayal of trust almost, towards your reader. But also, I assure you, there's definitely no more. Like, other than sorting out Mechador, except Mole and the Morphils, even though camos are, there's their own problem in book 5. Yeah, this is pretty much it. So, yeah, I don't know why there's Avanoi was down there in the first place. I guess that's extra protection, but good luck with that against Dion. So yeah, good for the Zavanoid to try and have a go against Dion, with no bones, etc. I can see why he would be like more of an irritant against Dion, but yeah, Dion just manages to get rid of him, no problem.
Even during the fight, one of Xionthor's allies, if you cross a jellyfish with a larger human, Squidgy, no bones, able to spray acid and form his thick tentacles. He attempts to spray...
I guess the Savanoid was close to Xionthor, unless it's Xionthor being stated that Dion is just getting a great advantage already.
Acid at Dian and even wrap his tentacles around Dian, but considering Dian takes no damage from this fighter, which is a Zavanoi, is shot by one of Dian's missiles, killing him and angering Xionthor. While Xionthor...
Oh gosh, because I'm not sure if this is explained in the books or in elsewhere written, but with Xionthor's race, because they're not just like super strong, they almost like possess like some kind of gravitational field like around the body, hence why they can like hit and maintain harder. Or it could just be down to having like the best biology ever, which is already like a good enough reason. So yeah, that already makes Xionthor like extremely tricky. I think it just goes to show that with Dion's not going to be enough against him. So when all of the elements were needed against Xionthor in the end, then yeah, it just becomes like the best choice. That reminds me, in the the battle in the flashback, I wonder if none of the Narvas got defeated except from the elemental activity, because that wave could have accidentally got the lot, but that wasn't explained.
Has taken a lot of hits. They don't affect him much. Able to fight thanks to his anger, so there have been cases where Dian is thrown...
Oh yeah, because it looks like it was no, I reckon martial arts was already a thing before the Narvas race, so yeah, I don't like how they originate martial arts. Like, even if they're the most, then fine, but yeah, but I don't think they would have been the origin of maybe martial art ones, especially alien ones, because yeah, like there's like the Navras doesn't have every feature under the sun. Like, look at the snake creation, just a snake with 2 arms, you can do a whole heap of unique abilities with a body like that.
Thrown around, and even punched and kicked in ways which are just as hard as Dian, if not harder. Xionthor
I don't think balance is the right word, but you kind of get the idea. But yeah, looks like Xionthor is extremely quick as well, to which, yeah, because we only know just like a minimum of what Xionthor is capable of. It can easily like wipe away foes like the nothing. And not to mention if you fought Dian before, the flashback, that already gives you the idea of how hard each other is to fight and how, yeah, so. Yeah, this is almost like the scene that introduces, Xionthor's normal capabilities, and whilst that's like forever only like introduced again in book 5, at least it just goes to show that Dion can't just simply go and visit Dion, and no, Dion can't just simply visit Xionthor in this manner. The whole Legion is needed essentially, alongside some elements which I guess could be kind of contradictory, because it's like saying, oh yeah, the Legion needed the elements after all, to which, yeah, it's kind of, I like the idea of Dion using the wave, and he could still do that, but I don't know, I just feel like the Legion should have used their own capabilities in order to make it more correct that not to use the elements, because I guess what the Legion could have gone through a whole heap of other history, being more sympathetic of the elements at a point where, not to use it in that manner. And but when Dion use it, it could be like, I want to go anyway. If they want to reject me, then fine, but I've got to, help update the universe. So that's where it becomes like an acknowledgement whilst doing the cost.
also has the advantage of having way more martial arts under his belt.
Not to mention, I don't think it's exactly written that Xionthor and Dion like had a grudge against each other. Since the battle. What could have happened is that, I don't know, it's just not outlined or explained at all. Because yes, like Dion's like a nuisance that's all around the universe, but it should have been a case of Xionthor being like, oh yes, I remember you 100 years ago, I can't believe you're still around, but unlike last time, I am definitely going to beat you down. And yeah, and then that kind of behaviour could have carried over,
countering many of Dian's attacks. And even Xionthor had been quick enough to dodge some of Dian's projectiles, making this fight balanced.
Okay, so that confirms that, but what else?
But Dian is still eager to try and kill Xionthor before any more trouble happens.
It was Orpheon who killed Simeon, and that's not that Dion is vengeful, but at least Simeon's avenged. But it's well, no, I was just trying to think what Xionthor did against Dion. Well, I suppose Dion, was massively damaged, and he got defeated, and it still brought Simeon along, so he was defeated. Not to mention, if it wasn't for Xionthor manipulating either Nichibot, then, well, Dion wouldn't have been around in the first place, because there was no need for Simeon to make a, like a new special Nichibot, if Simeon and Orpheon were not going to part, but I think that's what it's going for, because yeah, Dion, oh my gosh, he deterred the machine and deterred the wave, and Xionthor's in that position because of him. So I feel like that's a huge grudge and rivalry that needed way more expanded upon, considering the last book. Okay, so on to a dogfight battle rather. I like these planets. I wonder what they are. Yeah, no, I want to know which planets they are. It's kind of cool visual though. Although I'm not keen on the stars. Yeah, regardless how big or small the stars are, yeah, I really don't like that look. Yeah, it's just like an oversimplified space almost. Yeah, because this sign, I think the point of this scene is that it's just creating an obstacle to get what they thought was the final destination of the story, and at least because there's also kind of a fresh twist to have some goons still be around after the defeat of what would have been the primary villain for this book, Sliverock, but of course Toad was the main one all along, and so yeah, that's basically the point of this scene. So it should be nice and brief enough, but it does have a couple of character moments, highlights I like for instance, Zami managed to form a miniature automaton while shape-shifting himself through the wall to get in the craft safely without being exposing himself in space. So Yeah, so yeah, I think that's Sammy using his cubes like extremely well, actually. Yeah, manipulate the wall that way and get into a miniature Ultimate Toad. Yeah, wow. Um, anyway, yeah, let's see how this goes.
Tilda Chapter 43, The Comet Front's Dogfight. Speaking of the Legion, they are in the Comet Front, and plenty of chatting is around.
Yeah, so we're about to get more character moments. We'll see what that's like here, because they can chat as they make their way to the journey. I guess this scene also explores what this ship is like in a battle, so it is exploring that kind of thing. And not to mention the Comet Front, he does, come back in the 5th book, so it is a ship that has had a reasonable amount of screen time.
Firstly, Arvin is more unsure of Zami and his new cube ability, when watching Zami in the battle earlier, considering
Okay, so that's clarified after earlier, so at least it's good to get that clarified. Watching them in the battle earlier, considering these two. Yeah, that those we already know, but if it's like more emphasis on it, then fair enough.
they use to make gadgets together. With Zami being able to create anything at any time, Arvin is further bothered by the change. Zami
Um, yeah, it is just a tad more expansion, but once again, it's getting kind of repetitive.
tries to talk with Arvin, but
Oh, okay, so it is just Zami finally just seeing what's up with Arvin. So yeah, I think Zami's been so preoccupied. But although if they're all on I don't know, why did he notice Arvin being bothered like way earlier? Like Zami must be greatly distracted until this point, so that wasn't clarified. But at least they do have a good last chat almost. I remember paying more attention to Arvin's final moments with everyone, before it goes, to which is a detail I like, and that was also the case with Mike as well. Sorry.
Arvin ends up going down to the lower deck, making Nicole follow Arvin. Nicole firstly
So lower deck of a ship. Okay. But so it's Zami that was that accidentally bothered Arvin, and so it's Nicole that goes after him. Okay. Um, okay, so with the way Arvin's left, so Nicole's making sure that Zami wasn't upset by it because Zami was trying to be nice. So, okay, yeah, that's nice for Nicole to clarify.
asks if Zami is okay considering Arvin walked from Zami. Nicole meets Arvin.
Yeah, and if Zami has been like kind of sensitive with social situations a couple of times, yeah, just Nicole already picking up on that, and yeah.
And tries to talk to Arvin, seeing that he is finding all these changes to be unsure. Nicole then goes on.
Yeah, I guess they've all been distracted at a point where I don't know. Well, in the previous trip, it was Emma going to explain an entire history lesson, but in here, yeah, the time is far more spared, so they're like, to like a chance to properly catch up with one another. I'm surprised Pod isn't like, well, how come you've only noticed him now? But never mind, at least he's getting a good chat now.
On to say that
And I guess Nicole also understands Arvin as well. That's could be like a nice attention to detail if that's the case.
change is always inevitable, and to cope with change is how to adapt it yourself. Nicole tries to make Arvin feel
Kind of basic advice, although the word adapt, I suppose, thinks to Arvin. Maybe it could have been apostrophe. No, it just the addition of apostrophes, to make that word more, because because if if Arvin has the temporary adaptation abilities, yeah, Nicole could say something like that to make it like a more unique speech about adapting to change. Being like, if you can adapt to those kind of situations, then you can do anything. But it's the things there, like Arvin could just summon animal abilities to help with an advantage. He doesn't strictly adapt to whatever he's surrounded by, because there's Darwin in the X-Men First Class. He definitely adapts to whatever he encounters, but Arvin's not really like that. So or if anything, it's not just adaptation, it's temporary evolution. So it's Arvin evolving himself in all sorts of ways. You could say it's just basically transformations, but um, yeah, I think what Arvin is doing here, it's like an idea I've thought of. What did lesser or more evolved versions of creatures look like? And I've also played with that idea of a character called Luke as a human, but because he's not the next step of evolution, he's like stronger, etc. Which I could probably go back that idea. But I definitely would like to do with the aliens, but it's just wondering what to do with the humans. But yeah, mate, if you evolve or de-evolve any races, you were talking about a whole heap of different races. Like, for instance, didn't know that orcas in one of their first forms, they were actually creatures walking on land, and then they just apparently became sea creatures later on. It's a bit uncanny, but yeah.
Feel better more so by talking about how the Sochus helped Arvin unlock.
I just suddenly thought, like, if orcas even had previous forms as they were evolving over time, imagine like a Morphil just made up of an early Morca, like a prehistoric one. That could be cool. So Necrost might feel better, and so by talking about how the Sochus helped Arvin unlock power, basically a very positive change. Yes, so that's also like a very good response. So yeah, it's just go show that not all change is scary. What Arvin has could potentially be very useful, which is out of foreshadowing for later, and it's making Arvin like rightfully the more sympathetic one before he goes. It's a bit of a shame he doesn't have enough of a forefront of his story, and yeah, there's a lot of parts about his character that's kind of repetitive.
A new powerful ability, a very positive change. This shows how finding your power can benefit anyone. Plus, this is where Nicole also starts to see more that yes, the Legion
That last line was a bit up in the air, but never mind.
may have new allies in the future, but there is no rush if any of the members can go further. And there is Opusnost and
Yeah, I think that's just no way of saying anything could happen. The Legion may have new allies in future, but it's no rush, if any. Oh, okay, so I think that's like Nicole also acknowledging that, yeah, of course we are going to have new members, but we are totally fine as we are, that's for sure. So I think it's a partial apology for Nicole to be like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have constantly asking like this kind of question all the time.
Pod, who are talking about sorting out the Morphils one day. Pod is somewhat fed up with the
Oh, okay, so it looks like what's happening between Nicole and Darwin is done quite abrupt. But anyway, I do like this exchange between Vesnos and Pod. So yeah, they talk about the Morphals once again. So yeah.
Legion despite Arvin being the only reason he stays, and so wants.
I just noticed, the imagery below. See the common front on the left and the stoners riding on rock serpents, which are a different colour compared to what you saw in book 2. So yeah. Anyway, Potter's fed up.
To start making his own choices. But he is nervous to leave the Legion.
I feel like there's more of a reason for why Arvin stayed. Like, do you remember when Pod nearly left the book in book 1? But I guess Arvin was another reason, but at the same time, like, where else would you go? But I feel like he's built up himself enough where, not to mention the Independence too, at a point where he definitely could go, and not to mention he managed to learn piloting in minutes later in this book. I tried to justify it by making the ships like extremely simple, as how we can adapt well enough to a go-kart, for instance, but I felt like there would have to be way more to it. I know Zamu could create any ship he wants, but it's just a bit of a stretch because, flying vehicle, even driving a go-kart, has a lot of skill you need to build up first. Anyway, Legion, despite the only reason he stays. I won't say the only reason, so that's a bit, too abstract.
Or still wondering if it's the right choice, but Opusnost is up for fighting some trickier.
Okay, so he is having doubts about it. Would have been nice to expand, like a proper dilemma he's currently having, because, yeah, of course he wouldn't explain that temptation or dilemma with the Legion. So, but yeah, to talk to Apostos about it, he might or might not stay. Yeah, it's quite good. And but that means Zami must be far away from the conversation on the top floor, and Nicole and Arvin are below. And yeah, Tori's just listening to this casually as well. So I just hope everyone's in the right place for the 3 other Legion members not to listen about this, because if they did, they'll be like, wait, Pod, you're thinking of leaving us? We're going to get to the Morphos eventually. We're just going to stop the storm first, and everything else seems to be fine. Dion's helped with the rest, but at the same time, Pod could be like, they could have, sorted out the Morphos for me and even bring Mechdor to me because I want to be the one to personally stop him. So that could have been a good moment too.
Foes. Even Tilda chapter 43, the Comet Front's dogfight. Speaking of the Legion,
A bit too blatant, but I suppose it makes you feel like, oh, okay, I wonder how powerful this Mechdor is, because if Pod is already powerful, then if Mechdor's like up the ante, then wow. And yeah, and also Pasmos was probably referring to fighting Zion for, despite fighting Morphos probably being exciting in some way, to him. And even Pod seems to be fine with because Wait, one pod. Oh, I know because he's in a thinking process where I think presumably after seeing Velas, despite being one time, I think he's like still convinced at this point where, he's the only turned Morphil. He's the only lookalike. He's lookalike for reasons, but yeah, I think he just wants to get rid of the rest of his race, making him the only one standing out. So I think that's why he's not in a case of wait, hang on, why on the Morphils, maybe he could try sparing some, because he only learns about that later, but he didn't entertain the idea beforehand, because you never know, like there could have been other Morphils who left Mechador to for their own benefits too. So yeah, I'm a bit mixed on that, but never mind. Power level. You can fight Sign 4 one to make himself look good. Oh yeah, so Bastos is definitely wants to fight Sign 4 for his own beneficial gain, essentially.
They are in the Comet front, and plenty of chatting is around. Firstly, Arvin is more unsure.
And I think Pod might have a counter for this. We'll wait and see. But even Book 5 talks about how you can't just fight for your own gain. It's fight for the people. And yeah, I feel like Bastos would have a proper clarification about this.
Of Zami and his new cube ability, when watching Zami in the battle earlier, considering they used to make gadgets together. With Zami being able to...
Okay, so yeah, Pod still has things that he's not so keen on as much about Bastos, to which at least that's like just more of a transition. But I feel like Bastos being friendly with Arvin, that's like a start. But yeah, I think Pod's like, okay, there's just bits and bobs I only like or dislike. But if he got on with Zambi, then yeah, he should be able to get on with the Bastos, if he tried. But yeah, Zambi was a lot more naive. Yeah, Bastos is just a whole new level really in terms of capabilities and fighting confidence. So yeah.
Create anything at any time, Arvin is further bothered by the change. Zami tries to talk with Arvin, but
I feel like that's something that we can infer, but at least this is slightly explained.
Arvin ends up going down to the lower deck, making Nicole follow Arvin.
Oh gosh, yeah, I think that she has to be tested multiple times. Yeah, we'll see if that does get tested, but yeah, it just looks like whatever he puts it on, it's yeah, because not to mention because when he held his temporary invincibility to help Zami later on, he gets knocked out. So yes, it's not so the temporary invincibility is later clarified that actually it's not something that can maintain. It can have a strain on him. So like yes, it's a over the top ability, but at least it's a yeah, it's one that benefits him. Yeah, because yeah, I think the temporary invincibility boosts his strength as well, doesn't it? Anyway, so Emicu's left out by the conversation. Yeah, let's find out why.
Nicole firstly asks if Zami is okay considering Arvin walked from Zami. Nicole
He wasn't really part of the conversation to begin with. Would have been one thing if he tried to listen, tried to bump in, only for Basnos and Pod to get all giddy, and then Emicu just ends up being like the pilot, really. Assuming that he would pilot, can manipulate technology after all, somewhat. Start to get an idea about how Mechador used to impact Pod's life when the Basnos talks to Pod about how much Mechador has been a problem before and is a problem now. Bit of a lengthy sentence, although. So yeah, this is picking up on Mechador, who he would have seen in the battle, even if it's not something we were told. He once again we can infer, and picking up upon this weakness of Pod is what what pays off later on in a way which I'm a bit mixed about, but at least it's something. But actually, I'll clarify now. He creates an imagery of Mechador using his cues, which puts Pod off, therefore winning against Pod. So it's I'm a bit mixed on that. Like, I think what Pod, what Todd should have done is create a, with enough cubes, he could create a very convincing new Mechador, somewhat, especially if most of it is mature anyway. I feel like that would have been better. Maybe that's what's inferred, because in the storybook it just has Mechador be made up of cubes that makes Pod scared that way, to which yeah, it's a bit more silly. But yeah, if Torrid made a more of a legit clone, like despite being made of solid material, then yeah, that could be kind of cool. and yeah, we already know some effects of Pod's life, and even more so later on. So it's like good setup and some mystery even. Even Pod becomes more on this, thinks he starts to get scared of Mechajaw. Oh yeah, so yeah, he's even scared despite having the power. So yeah, that too is interesting. I think it would be good to clarify because he was seeing how the power would give him good advantage, and yet he's still scared. So yeah, I like that kind of honesty, but yeah, even then it should have been jotted about more. I just really hope the fight scene doesn't like watching. There's been a bit of a pattern where the fight scene seems to come far too early before characters could chat about things.
It's Arvin, and tries to talk to Arvin, seeing that he is finding all these changes to be unsure. Nicole then goes on to say that change is always inevitable, and to cope with change is how to adapt it yourself. Nicole tries to make Arvin feel better more so by talking about how the Sochas.
Oh, so I think that's another part of the dilemma, you know. Although I think Pod, um, like even if Arvin is gone and Abasnos is gone, and I guess you know it's just like Zami and Nicole left. Yeah, and I think it's just could have probably the change of attitude of Pod at a point where even with no Abasnos about either, yeah, it looks like Pod eventually realizes that he probably could take Megadron on his own. But he lost against Torrid too, so it could be a bit contradictory in places. But regardless, there's still like that dilemma because you know teamwork is needed, even if the independent's there. And granted, was Pod does manage to defeat Mechadraw, it's like done in a wrong way. That's like somewhat self-aware. So yeah, and not to mention like part of Mechadraw's downfall is like the element rejection. So he was sort of getting brought down almost immediately, so it's almost like the elements saving the day. In fact, in the times the elements have come in, you know, like bothered or hindered the villains in all sorts of ways, it just makes the elements for like heroes themselves and the Legion are just like the physical embodiments to carry them over. So that could be a really good idea or theme too. So yeah.
Helped Arvin unlock a new powerful ability, a very positive change. This
Another reason which he is hesitant to leave. I think
shows how finding your power can benefit anyone. Plus this is where Nicole also starts to see more that yes, the Legion may have new.
Yeah, was it like a legit alarm or is it sensitive technology being like, oh, we've got some dudes following us? But yeah, when it says the rest, yeah, that's definitely all of the stoners. There'll be no more after this.
Allies in the future, but there is no rush if any of the members can go further. And there is Opusnost and Pod who are talking about.
Also, was Abasnos piloting all this time with MQ at the co-pilot to see what's happening? But yeah, not to mention, yeah, Abasnos is set up as the pilot of the Common Front, so yeah, at least that's clarified. Yeah, it's good to know who can fly and who can't, but you know, Nicole and Pod at least, you know, given far simpler vehicles to help them out, and got everyone in position. Yep. So yeah, so how is Nicole organising all of this?
Sorting out the Morphils one day. Pod is somewhat fed up with the Legion despite Arvin being the only reason he stays.
Oh, I think that's another interesting extension of their ability. So yeah, not even will stop them, and it looks like they can form things out of space. I know like space is like devoid of atmosphere and that, but if it's like set up, then any ability can be done out of space, then fair enough. It's just it would be bad to then contradict that, but if this is like the first time we're hearing about this, then yeah, fair enough. It's just an extension of abilities once again. One that I kind of like. Yeah, it's just like Pod and Amiku being able to form things. Yeah, I think if it's from thin air, then fine. It just looks like the elementary energy is like completely everywhere, and it's not just coming from the body. I think that's what's also clarified. If anything, if the energy does come from the body too, then I guess it just allows more direction. You know, just being able to control it further, and it probably would take more concentration if someone in power outside of a spacecraft.
And so wants to start making his own choices. But he is nervous to leave the Legion.
The ship's only turret, which is at the bottom of the ship. That's what I should have written, but you know, good to know.
Still wondering if it's the right choice, but Opusnost is up for fighting some trickier foes. Even Mechajaw is similar in power level compared
for some time, so there's time skips already. That's a bit confusing. So yeah, it's a crazy idea, but kind of cool because yeah, it just acts as like another craft because it's multiple, you know, Stonos against Monk Ruff. So with Zema coming in, yeah, he's like a big help. Yeah, he's on his own little ship, which is a really neat idea. I wish well, it's just an idea I could definitely play with more. So for the miniature Automaton, perhaps to be in the Automaton already somewhere.
To Xyanthor, who Opusnost has stated that he is very keen to fight Xyanthor,
How many in particular, unless there was just a swarm load of them?
wanting to make himself look good. Pod isn't the biggest fan of Opusnost, wanting to make himself.
Oh, so did they like spot the Legion leave the Sutter planet, don't you, like constantly chase after them afterwards? I guess that's why they spotted them, because otherwise they would need either updates or I don't know, like Satnavs to be like, okay, so this is where the Legion are going now. So in the air, not to explain, so never mind.
Look good, but Opusnost's lack of fear towards fighting is certainly admirable. Opusnost has stated that his ability to have temporary invincibility is what has boosted his confidence. Never knowing what proper.
Oh yeah, so there is like an limitation to using your powers in that way. So I really like the limit it has. Yeah, it makes it tricky, but it's like some of the best defenses they can do, for the ship. Yeah, because I also like this as well, because otherwise, well, I think Nicole would still act as like the co-pilot somewhat, but it just means that everyone else has to sit down, especially if it only has one turret. If anything, Zemi could have like spawned turrets from all directions of the ship, if he can manipulate ships in that manner. Maybe that's what should have been done instead, but I think I wanted a more varied battle instead of having one jump on turrets again, because it's a tad repetitive. You could say it's varied enough because it's on the common front and it's out of space, and there's just members, so at least there's some variation, but at least this battle like really stands out.
Counters his temporary invincibility yet. Amiku, however, gets more and more left out.
Well, I thought Ivan went down to the bottom of the ship, so he's now on the top of the bottom. I don't know. I could see how either of them could cover up enough, but even then, looking at window, since there's only one turret covering all angles, not to mention Basnos can shoot head. Okay, so yeah, Basnos can shoot head too, so yeah, just like he would shoot head whilst Torrid is using the turret, or maybe like the cubes outside. If did Torrid know he can like summon powers from outer space, and also how did Nicole do that? Did they think, oh, do you want to have a go summon things out of space? It might come from anybody, but try to spawn it thin air. But that requires such as being like, well, this kind of energy, it's actually everywhere, the elements combined. So yeah, it should have been explained and then paid off, because it just sounds like a crazy experimentation that could have gone horribly wrong. Like imagine if Pod accidentally like burnt or froze one of the walls, and then it causes like the atmosphere to go into the ship, and yeah, if they died at that point, yeah, I bet like Torrid would be like the only one to make it, using cubes to create a quick vessel or something, and then but that requires going down to nearest planet, fighting the rest of the Stonos, and then transporting himself to where the storm is at, and then go to his planet. So, oh gosh, even the planet's convoluted, even with alternative timelines. Anyway.
This conversation. But he is starting to get an idea.
And that last part, that requires any of the serpents to fly in front of him, which I could imagine could happen unless he flips the ship around a couple of times.
Idea about how Mechajaw used to impact Pod's life, for when Opusnost talks to Pod about how much Mechajaw has been a problem before and is a problem now. Even Pod becomes honest and thinks he is starting to get scared of Mechajaw.
It's a bit convoluted of a explanation, but it works well enough. Like I can just about keep track of that. I think what should have been simpler is that because air vessels is where you're out of the ship, but then you're in a spot that can then open up to whether it's space or even water. So I should have sort of written like, I've created an air vessel, and then the air vessel, then expanded into a ship, and then it disconnected from the ship without exposure of space. But that's just as lengthy, actually.
Be unable to fight against him without the Legion, which is another reason is hesitant to leave. Before this conversation carries on, the
yeah, because he's in a ship of his own and he had to still helping his team out. So yeah, that's actually like rather cool. I wonder if this whole independence thing, well, actually, yeah, Pod definitely embodied that multiple times in book 4 and 5. But yeah, I think the whole independence part is still like in there a bit. It's probably one of the lesser prominent themes as the story goes on. So yeah, that's a good initiative.
The rest of the upgraded Stonos start to come around on their upgraded Roxy Serpents. This alarms everyone in the Comet Front. And so Nicole
I think that just goes back to the same reasons. We can probably infer those reactions, but it just looks like those reactions aren't just going away. They're like responding to Zami in the same way almost. It's a bit uncanny how repetitive it is.
gets
All right. Seeing that this new power Zami's been more involved in its life. Well, that's a bit broad of a sentence. You know, it's been useful recently, not involved with his life. Gosh, like unless it was meant to be
Tilda chapter 40
more involved in this life. I think that's what I was trying to say. Anyway, I nearly lost the
being ahead, meaning the Comet
So this battle has been going through a series of planets close together with their destination planet being ahead. Okay. So is this like a solar system with many planets being around? Something like that. Not to mention there's a sci-fi rule you have to follow where planets have to be quite distant from one another because of how what's the term? Um the Earth's no, I lost it. So yeah, the planets can't be close together. Although actually no, I think there's planets and then there's moons, so maybe that's why I've been seeing that. Maybe like question a couple of things that I've been seeing sci-fi wise. Battles against a series of planets. I think that's just to help make the setting stand out. You know, flying through one planet to the next, which I feel like probably made this universe like quite small with all of the alien planets come together. I think that's what I was trying to go for to just like make space, you know, not as like huge and massive. Just keep things simpler, I suppose, and smaller. The destination planet being ahead, so yeah, just need to go straight forward. Okay, has to avoid being too strong planets on some of the. Okay, avoiding gravity. Okay, so alongside like all the attacks, so because after all, if you go to Earth too closely, then you start falling and getting caught on fire. So I think that's what you're trying to go for. So maybe my universe has like been set up to have planets close together while still being mindful of gravity. It just still sounds a bit impractical. Yeah, like so planets being together, but at least it's like an obstacle and something to be wary of. You know, as this is happening.
Front has to avoid being sucked into the strong gravity of some of these planets. The upgraded Stonos try and whack the ship while nearby it, as well as firing at it with a stronger form of air compared to what the past Stonos were able to do. Unlike
We already know about the stronger air, but I suppose it's still in good use, and it looks like they're trying to throw the ship off course to land on another planet, which I nearly thought about the implications. Like, yes, there might be consequences. You know, the ship could land in a more populated area somewhere, but I don't think these donors are bothered about that. And I guess they're just following Xynfal's orders now. But they're already after the Legion, so they don't need any additional orders. Stronger form of air compared to what Bastoners were able to do. Okay.
the past Roxy Serpent, who could
Also, earlier was a bit too mixed up and lengthy of a sentence too.
simply fly, now they can fire a force field like a laser from their eyes. Which can
Sounds cool at first because you want your lasers to stand out because you'd I think that's something I've thought about recently. Make various lasers stand out. You know what capabilities all of their lasers do. But yeah, force field type of eyes. That must like be if you like squeeze like a force field into like a long laser. I feel like they'll like punch or something. If that's the idea, then cool. It's like an alternative way of a bullet because they can go through. But a force field one sounds like larger and more powerful. But neat idea. Might continue something like that. Yeah, something like to make a type of laser stand out.
dent if not cut through the ship badly. Thankfully,
As I've inferred.
The Comet Front's armor is strong, but not if it constantly keeps getting attacked.
Okay, well that's lucky. suppose it could have taken so much hits. Maybe the ship could have taken this much damage considering what happens later on in the story to make this scene a bit more tense.
Time, Arvin and Opusnost managed to shoot at a few more of the upgraded Stonos alongside the Roxy Serpents. Pod and
Yeah, they're just both the ones with the guns.
Amiku are beginning to adjust to how they are using their abilities, even providing a hint.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, just imagine to adjust. Yeah, looks like their things are starting to get their way. But like I said, I would really like to see how many number of, the goons are there, because I don't think could be many. But if it's like a good amount, then fair enough. So yeah, it just looks like it's getting close to completion.
Of them too getting on as they merge their abilities, like Pod making Amiku's cubes flammable.
Oh my gosh! So this is like, so it's almost as if Pod, maybe getting close with Pasnos, but now it's get along with Amiku more, which yeah, it's actually quite sad because this is where Pod becomes close to backstabbing. But I don't think if you think about it, other than just having a Pasnos around and you just trying to be civil with everyone, he's never had like any like moments where it gets all sentimental, no like second thoughts or something. It could have been interesting where you could have been tempted to bond with them only to be like, no, like I have to stick to my goal. But it's quite a selfish goal as well, experimentation, which then causes damage all around. It's a neat idea because there is like story ideas I've seen where individuals like, oh no, I've got to do this, and they're like, well, you're causing this damage around, potentially risking lives. They're like, no, I really got to do it. But there's not much of that dilemma in this, which is a bit of a shame because, like I said, it's just all done for selfish reasons on Miku's part. But imagine if he did like feel them, manage to bond with that at a point where like becomes reluctant to fight them. That could have made him stand out further. And yeah. Anyway.
As well as Amiku's cubes add to
Oh, so yeah, they have managed to intertwine abilities as well. That's kind of neat.
Serving water to go around the ship for extra defense. But Zami gets rid of the most, ending the dogfight, and getting rid of the upgraded stone.
Oh yeah, of course he would. Yeah, he has his own mini craft, and yeah, with the lightning, and maybe he could have updated his ship Reason's power too. Yeah, I could see that happening. So yeah. Oh, here's the line as well. There's time they got rid of an entire race. It's I understand that guilt with like later parts of the story when Arvin goes and even Miku, but these are upgraded like mini scissors. These are like no different to the niche bots. So I don't know why they feel mixed. Like maybe they could have been reminded of the Stonos and they feel bad that way, but they weren't that close to Stonos to begin with. So no, this is like no, the wrong sentence. No, that's like too conflicting. Never mind.
No. Entirely. This is the first time all of them have gotten rid of an entire race, a race which was never meant to be made, but it is an off feeling for them all. Knowing these creatures all had to go for the Legion's survival. Anyhow, they have made it to their destination.
Yeah, we've pretty much got the gist of that one. Yeah, I don't like that line, as I said. Right, on to the next one. We have 7, 8, 9. Yep, 4 chapters left. No, 3. Sorry.